Good morning and welcome to a sunlit day at Ball Beef in Liberta. We're at the Liberta Sports Club ground for this third round match between the Leeward Islands on the 15 and Jamaica on the 15 in the CWI Rising Star on the 15 tournament so far here in Antigua and Barbuda. Today we have the Leeward Islands, who are yet to win a match. They've lost their first two matches, and then they come up against Jamaica, who we saw here in their first encounter, losing to Barbados. But they've since gone on and beaten Guyana, as Pittman is going to start the bowling this morning. Starts with a good delivery outside the line of the off stump. William Pittman just probably trying to get himself nice and warm. William Pittman, the fast bowler, we can say medium fast bowler for the Leeward Islands team. And Shaw and Magici is opening the batting for Jamaica. Shaw is cutting and will get a single as it gets it past that point position, but the fielder at cover just tumbling across and picking up. So Jamaicans, they're on their way. One without loss. Good morning to Ashamari Cornelius, who is also alongside me.
Good morning everyone, the supporters, the spectators from around the region and around the world to Liberta Ball Beef for round number 3. We're on the way here.
Yep, this is our final game at this location. Next week, on Monday and on Wednesday, we'll be at the Antigua Recreation Grounds bringing you the action. This morning, the Leeward Islands won the toss and inserted the Jamaicans. Pittman is angling one down the leg side, and again, the left and right hand combination causing early problems here for William Pittman, having bowled two deliveries to start to the right-handed Shaw. Now the left-handed Raji Mageki is there, and two without loss is the total. So he has just one slip in place. He has a man at point, square cover, extra cover. This one is on the hips and just tucked away into the forward square leg position for a single. So very quiet early going so far from the Jamaicans, just trying to get in. And they would be buoyed, the Jamaicans, having been crushed here by the Barbados team. They bounced back almost immediately, going on to defeat Guyana at ARG in their second round encounter. And so they would be hoping that with the Leeward Islands not having a good patch so far, haven't been able to win any game, really have not been able to perform very well so far in this tournament. The Jamaicans will be hoping that they're catching the Leeward Islands at a time when they are still a little bit demoralized, still a little bit with a little lack of confidence, and hoping that they can jump on them. He's getting a pitched up delivery that is driving, is the right-handed Jaden Shaw. No run. So
Yeah, very steady start so far from William Pittman, just trying to find his line and length as a young fast bowler does in the opening over with the new ball. The Leeward Islands have had some mixed fortunes so far.
this is Pittman, and he's driving out to mid-off. He's fielded, no run to end the first over of the day. 3 without loss, the Jamaica team. And today, Jamaica, Zachary Buchanan continues as captain with Luane Price, the wicket-keeper. Andrew Lloyd, Ray Rajay Mageki, Tesfa Ward, Dondre Peters, Alexandre Elliott, Ikani Robinson, Wayne Plummer, Shavon Boyd, and Jaden Shaw. Looks like almost the same side like we saw the first game, but could be wrong. Maybe just one a change. The Names look very familiar for the Jamaicans. And today, the Leeward Islands, they have Jacquan Athenes as their captain. Also in the side, Kian Macau, Caris Farrell, Cleavon Powell, Adonai Ali, Keelan Wood, Andre Peters, Trey Daniel, Demore Prentice, William Pittman, and Jathan Edward. So Andre Peters looks as if he's getting an opportunity today for the Leeward Islands.
Yes, here we see number 6, Treon Daniel, opening the bowling from the pavilion end for the Leeward Islands.
Let's see what he has. Treon Daniel, listed here as a right-hand fast bowler. First delivery is bang on target, driven pleasantly, but he would be happy with that start. Treon Daniel.
Yeah, solid stuff from Roger McGeechee, who very well played up to the mid-off / extra cover region. He looks in order so far. He looks set. I like his setup.
He's going to get runs here as he's flicking one into the onside. Might not carry because the boundaries are just a little bit longer today, as they are using the pitch that they used in the second match. So they're using that same pitch. Didn't come back to that pitch that we used in the first encounter against the Barbados team. So the boundary today looks a good 70, 80 meters, you would think.
Yeah, quite large there on the leg side for McGeechee. But a well-timed shot nonetheless. Just a clip off the legs, just past mid-wicket for 2.
And he's driving is McGeechee. And this one is Daniel is putting down his boot and stopping the ball, no run. So moderate breeze blowing across the ground today. We have bright sunshine. There are some puffy clouds in the sky, but they're not immediately any threat of rain. So this is a beautiful atmosphere for these boys to be playing cricket. And again, he's going to get a run here. Is Rajay McGeechee. He wasn't necessarily all confident with that one. He was trying to play a defensive shot. The ball peel off the inner portion of the bat, but got past that straightish mid-wicket fielder. No run. And they're able to get a run. So just one.
Yeah, the ball just swinging in there to the left-hander from Treon Daniel. He's looking to force that to the mid-off region, but it peels off the inside edge to mid-wicket where he gets a single.
Vast difference this morning in terms of the support that we would have seen over the last few days. When we look over into that southeastern section, we only see 2 Leeward Island supporters there. This is an opportunity if you're in Antigua and you are a supporter of Leeward Islands youth cricket. You want to come out to Ball Beef Liberta and have a look. Give them some support. His delivery is right up to the right-handed Jaden Shaw. He's trying to force it away, no run. So, opportunity for folks to come out on a Easter Saturday, the day after Good Friday.
Well, you have to give them a bit of time to wake up. I don't think anybody wants to wake up that early on a Saturday. Rather worse it being Easter Saturday here in Antigua.
And many of them still suffering from that black people disease after having that Dukana and all those things yesterday. Not the morning that they would be waking up early. But the end of the second over, Jamaica on the 15, 6 without loss. And just a steady, risk-free start from the Jamaica squad. The Leeward Islands bowlers still just trying to find their groove, just trying to get into the swing of things. They would want to back up Athenes's decision, or the team's decision, to field first by looking to dismiss the Jamaica team for what would be considered a reasonably low score. The Jamaicans, no doubt, would be hoping that they can really get the biggest score of the total of the tournament. Magici gets a good delivery to start the second over from Pittman.
Well, yes, the decision to bowl first this morning may have been a good one for the Leeward Islands, assuming that they could pick up some wickets early and use the advantage of having a fair amount of grass covering the pitch, and the early morning moisture may be in the advantage of the Leeward Islands.
This is Pittman. Bang on target again. And good defensive stroke from Raja Magici.
Yeah, he's found a good line and length here, William Pittman. Over the wicket to the left-hander with one slip. Maybe look to push one across a little fuller, hopefully getting him to drive. But so far, 2 good dot balls to start the over.
Stay the way down to third man.
Yes, that's beautiful bowling there. A good line and length, challenging the outside edge. Just made him a bit uncomfortable there, Magici, but he runs through for a single nonetheless.
Was just about to say that he wasn't in full control of that stroke. So you would give the honors on that one to Pittman. Pittman just seems to be warming into his work. This over just seems to be bowling a touch faster than he was in the first over.
This
Called
one getting
wide.
away from him a little bit. Wide called by the umpire. The on-field umpires today, Johan Williams and Tremaine Prescott. Just a bit wide, looking for a bit of swing, maybe too much. But a good second over so far, only 2 coming from it with 3 balls remaining.
Driven. No run.
Yes, he's driving well here, Jaden Shaw, just not piercing the gap just yet, but driving well so far.
So Caris Farrell patrolling that extra cover region for the Leeward Islands.
Seems to be a bit frustrated here already, the young Jaden Shaw, not getting away those drives as he would have hoped. But it's important to stay patient as a young man, and if you can't get the boundary, we look to rotate the strike. But so far, he just needs to stay patient and bat.
He's driving at one outside the off stump. Appeal stifled. And the not out, says the umpire. So the end of an over, good over from William Pittman. That last delivery had a little bit more effort, a little bit more energy on it. Went past the outside edge and into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. No run. So at the end of over number 3, Jamaica, they 8 without loss.
Yeah, so far so good from number 13, William Pittman. When he gets it right, he really hits a beautiful length, challenging the batsman, attacking the outside edge, maybe attacking the stumps a few times, but it's important to stay consistent, stay disciplined, and don't go searching too much for any wickets. Here we see Treon Daniel continuing from the pavilion end.
Daniel has been pretty full.
Yeah, might not have the same amount of pace as Pittman, so his attack or approach might be a bit different, looking to bowl a bit fuller, enticing the batsman into driving, hopefully maybe getting one through the gate.
And West Indies women, they're trying their best to see if they can up their game. Thailand made 166 in 46.1 overs. And the West Indies team, in the 11th over of their innings, they're 157 for 3. So the West Indies, they require just another 10 runs for victory, and they're hoping that they could get those 10 runs pretty quickly to give them a mathematical chance. I'm not certain how many overs they need to achieve the score in if they're going to overtake Bangladesh. And Bangladesh, by the way, lost this morning to Pakistan. Bangladesh lost to Pakistan, which gave the West Indies the opportunity to still mathematically can sneak into the World Cup. But they would have to, I think they have a target that they're trying to work on. He's going to get runs here as he's turning one into the vacant square leg region, and they will come back for an easy 2.
Yeah, good shot again by McGeechee, just using what pace is on offer from Treon Daniel. He strays onto the legs, and as he's shown so far this morning, anything on the legs is going to be runs for McGeechee. But they're bowling without a square leg, they're bowling with a deep, fine leg.
The two men out for the 2 men out for the Leeward Islands are the man down at third man and the man at deep and a wide-ish fine leg position. Something we have not seen from many of the other teams. They tend to give up either the fine leg or the third man for that extra man up in the circle. But Leeward Islands, they've gone traditional fine leg and third man. But what it does, that it creates acres of space in the square leg region. So anything turned in that direction is always a run. And Shaw is driving, was hoping for more from that, but he drove it straight to that fielder standing in the mid-wicket position. So no run.
Yes, it's important that he doesn't get frustrated here. He's a bit slow off the mark, but he's making good contact with the ball. He's hitting the ball well. He's timing it well. He's just hitting it to the fielder. It's important that he doesn't get too frustrated.
He flashing at one outside the off stump, one that just lifted a little bit more from Triandano. That one probably hit the seam and just went past the outer edge. Shaw was drawn into the stroke. No damage done in the end. Jamaica on the 15, 11 without loss at the end of the over.
Yeah, a bit of extra bounce there for the young Daniel. And I'm sure the pitch would be offering some assistance to the fast bowlers once you hit the right line and lengths.
And just the right line and length, it seems if that one, once it hits the seam the way that you want it to, that one just had a little bit more. So 162 for 4 West Indies in 10.4 overs. So they've lost a wicket, but they're ever so close to the runs. Seem as if they're just trying to get over the line quickly. Don't think the wickets matter so much when it comes to net run rate. It's the number of balls that you use to get to the score that will significantly improve your net run rate. And that's what the West Indies, they're aiming for, the West Indies women. 168 for 4. So the West Indies would have overhauled that total for Thailand. And now the mathematicians go to work to see whether or not they would have done enough to improve the net run rate to overhaul the Bangladesh team. So you're a mathematician, aren't you, Asha?
Yes, but I haven't been following that.
You haven't been following
No,
that.
no, no, I've not at all. But
Always good when you speak to a young person and they tell me yes when I ask a math question.
well, I've been known as an academic to some, so
Good. Here's this one. Good work. In good work there in the field, but then just the wicket keeper just not backing up that good bit of work. The fielder out there at backward point tumbled and really pulled off a stunning stop. But then his throw back to the wicket keeper wasn't able to gather and allow them to come back for a second run.
yeah, this is a bit of luck that Shaw really needs to kind of settle the nerves, getting two there off of Pittman. He seems to be getting a bit frustrated, trying to swing a little bit harder, which is not necessarily needed. Only two fielders outside the circle, just need to time it, and you could get 2, 3, or 4, but nonetheless well fielded by the deep back, well, not deep backward, but the backward point fielder, number 55, the Leeward Islands. But his good work was in vain, as the wicket keeper was not as
A good
efficient.
delivery from Pittman there. Hit the seam, touchdown outside the line of the off stump, going past the bat of Shaw.
Yeah, this is lovely bowling so far from Pittman, although he's not been successful in prizing a wicket. His probing line and lengths is something that should be commended so far. A lot of discipline being shown by the young William Pittman.
Nice looking shot from Shaw. There, just working one into the onside field. Always nice when you see a young player can play an on drive, can play a time one like that into the onside field. And he was looking good on that occasion. 15 without loss after 5 overs.
Yes, these two opening batsmen from Jamaica look to be in good order, technically speaking. But Shaw, so far, although he hasn't had the runs scoring as freely as McGeechee, the shots that he's been playing has been top class.
And one of the things that these two opening batters need to understand is 50 overs. So they have quite a number of overs to go. So where we saw Shaw after 5 overs looking as if he was getting a little bit impatient, he needs to understand that he still has the better 45 overs to bat. So he can afford to take his time. And just as I said that, he's driving loosely again outside the line of the off stump to a delivery from Trey and Daniel.
Yeah, I see it. I've seen it. I've experienced it many a time. He's just getting a bit frustrated, not being able to score as freely as he would have liked. But at this point, I think McGeechee may want to have a word with him. Dead ball signaled by the umpire is that Johan Williams, I believe.
And somebody started a discussion with me the other night on a sports show I host on a different media. And the person was suggesting, Asha, that 50 overs is too much at the under 15 level. And the person was going solely based on what he had seen so far for the tournament. I think he said that the average number of overs batted by the teams were about 28 overs or so. On average, teams were either being bowled out under or something. I think the only team that got close to the 50 overs was Barbados against the Leeward Islands, where they batted 49.5 overs. Majority of the other teams have not yet gotten, I think, even past 40 overs. And the caller was suggesting that at this under 15 level, it would be more competitive, more realistic if they were to play 35 overs. What say you?
Well, seeing it, I would have played these tournaments when I was younger. I would like to keep it at 50 because at the end of the day, these are the young rising stars, as the tournament's namesake, that we would have been looking at to play for the West Indies in the Under 19 World Cup, which is, as you know, 50 overs. So it would be imperative that from a young age we are molded, or I guess brought up on knowing that it's 50 overs and how to construct an innings of 50 overs as opposed to 35. So it just gives you that little bit more time and gives you a feel and allows you to build confidence and comfort in being able to bat for 50 overs as well as field 50 overs.
But if majority of the teams are suggesting that they can't really last for 50 overs, is that a problem of the tournament, the number of overs, or is that a problem of the quality of cricket that is being played?
Well, I definitely wouldn't blame the format of the tournament. It is what it is. One of the more interesting forms of cricket, ODI cricket, because there's a lot of ebbs and flows, and I'm sure that with experience and with age, a lot of these young players would understand that. And as we say that we have seen truly a beautiful shot by Jaden Shaw.
Shah has had enough of this prodding and pushing. He got one up in his arc and really hit it over the top of mid-off, and one bounce for 4.
Yes, that was the release shot that I think Jaden Shaw was looking for. Really, he was getting a bit antsy, a bit impatient, and one came down from Treyon Daniel with his name on it, and it was a bit fuller, a bit wider, so it allowed him to release the hands and get 4 over mid-off.
So just a reminder, remember the West Indies, they are home. The series against Australia, Barbados, Grenada, Jamaica, and St. Kitts are where the matches will be. As Pittman continues, here we see in, and Magichi's trying to get into the action, looking to force one away, no run. But just to conclude our discussion, our short discussion, and folks online can always let us know the question that we're posing today: should the under 15 tournament be reduced from 50 overs? That's the question that we're asking. Should the under 15 tournament, cricket tournament, be reduced from 50 overs? And tell us how many do you think would be appropriate. Here is he edging and dropped. He edged that one and it went right through the gloves of the wicketkeeper, and that's a chance there for Magichi.
Yeah, that's not what William Pittman would have wanted. That just hurried on to the keeper, a bit back of a length, looking to pull McGeechee, and a little edge through to the keeper, who did not collect that cleanly at all. Here we see it again. Well bowled again by Pittman, just back of a length, hurrying the batsman McGeechee, and it hurried the keeper as well. So they get through for 2. Cleaning up on the boundary was Treyon Daniel.
Shavante Powell keeping wickets today for the Leeward Islands. And we've seen a couple drop out of his gloves for the day, even those that are not edged, and that one really should have taken it, even at this level. It was a meaty edge, and it carried full to him above the waist, and those should be comfortable for the wicketkeeper at any level. But they're going to get a free hit, as Pittman, just overextending the next delivery, has delivered a no ball. Maybe just a little bit frustrated there after that dropped catch. Here's a free hit delivery. And he's going to get a boundary beautifully. Just flicked it into that vacant square leg position for 4.
Yes, that has been his go-to shot for the entire morning, and he's capitalized fully on the free hit there. Straying onto the legs, maybe attempting a Yorker, William Pittman, and it came out as a half volley and is neatly put away into the vacant square leg area by McGeechee for 4. The score moves on to 26.
And if the name Pittman sounds familiar, he is the younger brother of Kelvin Pittman, who plays for the West Indies Academy team and also plays in the Caribbean Premier League. Kelvin Pittman, his younger brother William Pittman, and in an interview leading up to this on the 15 tournament, he said that he's the better Pittman.
Well, from my experience of them both, they are always at it.
Wide down the leg side, so he's just losing it a little bit. Maybe somebody just needs to get into his ear. Maybe Captain Athenes just needs to go down and have a word with him. He seems a little bit frustrated after that dropped opportunity of McGeechee, and he's just probably trying a little too hard. He just needs to get back and settle back into that nice line and length that he had before, that length that he was able to take McGeechee's edge. Again, just a little bit leg-sided.
Yeah, I can imagine the frustration that William Pittman must be feeling. I mean, bowling the first 2 or 3 overs on a beautiful line and length, just probing away at the outside edge. Finally finds the outside edge and it goes through, slips and the keeper for 2. I can imagine the frustration, but he needs to rein it back here and get back to that beautiful line and length.
And I mentioned that Athenes because the coach can't go out there to calm down Pittman. So these are the teaching points that captains would have to learn, that their role, in terms of keeping the other players motivated, keeping the other players in check, keeping the other players calm. End of over number 7, 27 without loss. Raji McGeechee, he is on 15, and Jaden Shaw is on 8. William Pittman's 4 overs so far has cost him 17 runs. There is also the Leeward Islands on the 19 tournament that is ongoing over there in St. Kitts. I think they get into the business end of that tournament.
Yes, apparently there was a thriller at the Warner Park between St. Kitts and Antigua.
We saw even a man card in that game.
Yeah, 7 to win off the last over.
Here's he ball him. And the aggressive nature of Shaw has caused his downfall, just lifting his head and swinging at one from Trey and Daniel that was straight on the line of the stumps. He missed, Daniel hit. That's the end of Shaw. Bowled Trey and Daniel, and he has to go for 8.
Yes, the frustration got the better of the young Jaden Shaw. I think he was trying to repeat the dose of the last over off of Treon Daniel, hitting him over mid-off for 4. But this ball was angled on middle and leg stump. Still looking to take that maybe over the mid-wicket region, but not watching the ball long enough onto the bat. And he has to go.
And we just 7 overs completed so far in the innings. That type of shot is not warranted at this stage. We were just speaking about that it's 50 overs, quite a lot of time for somebody like a Shaw to build an innings, and just lifting his head and swinging wildly in the 7th over. Not a good look.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't put too much blame or be too critical of the shot. Really,
You're
I
very
mean,
soft on these under 15 guys, you know.
it's the power play, and I'm sure he would have there would have been a team directive or a
Yeah,
team
but the power
goal.
power play doesn't mean irresponsibility, does it?
Correct.
I'm just saying. But make your point. Make your point. It's a discussion.
That is true. That is true. But in all due respect, I guess the execution could have been better, but the the thought process behind of it, I guess the frustration would have got the better of him. But here we see test for Ward in at number 3 for Jamaica.
Ward gets his first delivery. Was looking for his first run, but can't beat the infield. There's no run. That's Demari Prentice, who is patrolling that square leg region.
Yes, they took out the slip. Seems like Jaquan Athanase, the captain, took out the slip, put himself at extra cover, and now employed the services of a square leg. Hopefully that same field may be used for McGeechee, seeing that most of his runs this morning have come through that square leg, fine leg region.
This delivery is played. So Ward faces and gets his first run as this one just peels off the outer edge down to that third man position. They walk through for a single. So you know, for number 8, 28 for 1. I was just suggesting, though, that even though you leave the dressing room with a plan, that this is where we want to be at 10 overs. Let's say the target was 50, 60. Sometimes, based on the conditions, when you get out there, based on the situations, even though you left with a plan, you have to reassess and understand that, you know, plans are just what it says, a plan. It's not necessarily a reality. And so when you get out there, you have to, even at the under 15 stage, be able to assess the situation and figure out if the plan makes sense, if the plan is achievable, or if you have to, you know, regroup and do something different.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, it's all good to have a plan, but cricket is played on the day, on the pitch, and that's something that the young batsman will have to learn. But I think it's a good pitch so far, very even between batsman and bowler. Here we see
Almighty drive
McGeechee.
there from McGeechee. Was looking to really power that one through the offside, not making contact. Goes into the gloves of Powell, no run.
Yeah, a bit fuller here by Treon Daniel, encouraging the drive, and he got it, but no edge. And after 8 overs, Jamaica very steadily 28 for 1.
Just want you to have a look when you get an opportunity. Just have a look at the technique of Powell, who is keeping wicket for the Leeward Islands. I'm just noticing that he seems to have too many movements. We even saw that last delivery that beat the batsman outside the line of the offside. He was jumping to take it, and then the ball almost falling out of his gloves because he just was able to just grab onto it with his fingertips. Again, because he has too many movements behind the stumps. So we'll just have a little analytical look at him. Pittman continues. Play defensively. Test for Ward.
Yeah, it's important for Pittman to get back to that line and length. He started well this first ball of his 5th over. Just played quietly into the offside by Test for Ward. I mean, the young keeper, Clavonte Powell, I believe is his name, number 4 on the jersey. And another good stop there, diving stop by number 55 in the backward point region for the Leeward Islands. Kylan Woods or Kylan Woods.
Yeah, Kylan Woods.
He's saving a few runs here for the Leeward Islands in that backward point region.
He's actually listed as one of the wicket keepers. So he's doing a good job in the outfield. And Ward is beaten by a quicker delivery there from William Pittman, just putting a little bit more effort into that one.
Yeah, a bit fuller. Looks to be sneaking onto the bat of Tesfa Ward. Maybe looking to swing a bit too hard based on its length. But so far, no issues for Jamaica so far. That ball is outside the off stump yet again. A bit wide, and he's flashing through the offside and not making any contact.
Again, just seem to be in that T20 mode. The Jamaicans wanting to score quickly, probably just wanting to stay with the plan, get to that total that they had in their mind. And so he's looking disappointed, but he hit the ball straight to the fielder pretty firmly at that mid-off position. And I think Magici was correct to send him back, because that would have been a close call. I think that would have probably been close to suicidal. But Tesfa Ward survives.
Yes, and this is the result of frustration and dot balls. 5 dot balls have been built up within the over so far. And it seems like something is around the corner to happen.
Looking for a run, but no possibility to end what is a good over from William Pittman. The total remains on 28 for 1.
Yes, very good over from the young William Pittman. Very disciplined. I'd just like to see for Jamaica just a bit more level-headedness. I may be asking a lot from some young folks, but it's important that at this stage of the game that you try and maintain a healthy run rate while keeping wickets in hand for the back end. And this is what ODI cricket is all about, ebbs and flows. And it's important that they can pick up the singles where they can get them instead of trying to pressure themselves into hitting boundaries when a bad ball presents themselves.
Trent Daniel continues just to probe outside that off stump. Not the quickest, Trent Daniel, but he's been bowling those deliveries, been quite full to the Jamaican opening and the number 3 batter, just trying to tempt them into a drive. And with that little probing length and the naggingness of his bowling, he was able to frustrate Shah into a fall stroke. Got his stumps knocked down.
Yes, I mean, as it stands now, I think as the Leeward Islands would be noticing if they're that the Jamaicans are in a bit of a rush or a bit impatient, so just bowl dot balls at them, allow the dot balls to build up and a little bit of pressure, and then the wicket would fall eventually. And I think it's important that the Leeward Islands are aware of the fact that it's a limited over game, 50 overs. No matter how you try and run from it, the overs are either going to end or the team will be all out. So it would be in your best interest to continue to bowl dot balls.
Certainly. And dot balls build pressure at any stage of cricket, whether you're at juniors, seniors, intermediate. Dot balls always seem to put the batting team on the pressure. Daniel continues. And they come through for a quick single as they get there in the end. And it was positive from McGeechee. He was always coming to what would have been the danger end, and he was confident. He called through test for Ward right away and sprinted through even though the stumps were broken.
Yeah, just a bit of hesitation there by the fielder, number 8 Macau, not getting there, not being as aware as the bowler would have hoped. 4 dot balls would have been bowled the first 4 balls of the over, and it should be made aware that a run out or a quick single may be around the corner.
Gets another good delivery. That he's playing into the offside field to end the over at the end of over number 10, 29 for 1.
So yes, as you would have seen by the advertisement, the West Indies will be home this summer against Australia. We're going to be in Barbados, Grenada, Jamaica, and I think the last one was St. Kitts for 3 tests and 5 T20 internationals. And here we see a change in bowling at the end of the first power play. We see number 5, Andre Peters, a young leg spinner, into the attack from the police station end here at Ball Beef Liberta.
Andre Peters coming in to the attack. His first delivery is played defensively. No run.
Yes, seems to be a very zippy, a very hard length kind of leg spinner, young Andre Peters. For his frame, he's bowling quite quickly. And this one is just pushed down the ground, a bit aerial by Roger McGeechee, down to the long off fielder for 1. And Jamaica move on to 30.
So just having a look at Peters. Saw him earlier in the season here in Antigua in the domestic competition. When I saw him then, he wasn't bowling this quickly.
Yes, maybe the change in pace could be due to the fact that it's white ball, limited overs. He may be looking to contain rather than to attack.
Certainly.
But so far, 3 very good deliveries to start by young Andre Peters. Hitting his lengths well, not giving the batsman too much to work with.
Fired one down the leg side on that occasion.
Yeah, just pushing this one a bit.
I would definitely love to see him just bowl a little bit slower, just a tinge slower. I think he's rushing things. I think if he bowls just a little bit slower, give the ball an opportunity to turn, could be more effective. Because literally the Jamaicans are batting him almost like a medium pacer.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. Haven't seen much turn on offer yet by the young Peters.
They're going to get Just a single as Test Forward just slips as he turns.
Yeah, just getting down and sweeping there. The young Magici pass the, I think they had a 45 fielder and down to the deep square leg fielder for one.
Little bit of bounce and turn there for Andre Peters, and if you notice, that one was just a little bit slower and he got bounce and turn. It's time for the first drinks break at the end of over number 11. Jamaica on the 15s, they are 33 for one way. Rajay Magici, he is on 18. Jaden Shaw, the man back in the pavilion, he made 8. And Test Forward is out there on 2. So we're just going to join them. We'll take a short break as well and refresh ourselves. So after the drinks break, we are back here at Ball Beef. Rajay Magici And test forward, they're in for Jamaica. Jacko Nathanez has come in to bowl for the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, good start. Attacking. Looking to attack the stumps early. Young Jafwan Atenes coming around the wicket. Maybe looking to spin one past the outside edge. First slip in place.
He's going to get runs here, just driving pleasantly into the offside field. Raji Magichi. I think we have it right now at this stage. Our spotter. We got two pronunciations. First we were told it's Mageki. Now it's Magichi. I think we have it this time. We'll trust the younger boys. The older folks lead us astray.
Correct.
Yeah, so let's say to all his fans over there, we're really trying just to make sure we get his name correct. And the young boys tell us it is called Raji.
Yeah, Raji.
Raji. According to them, Raji Magichi. Yes. This one is played into the onside field. Quick runs for test for Ward.
Yeah, this is lovely here from the Jamaica batting team. This is lovely. I like to see that not looking to get frustrated and try and slog one over the infield for 6, but looking to get the singles when they present themselves.
Atenez is striking him on the pad. There's a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. That was a quicker delivery.
Yeah, looks to be a quick arm ball. Around the wicket. No foot movement there from Magichi this time. On shore. Wraps him on the front pad. But
I'm now totally confused. Because I'm just hearing the coach shout out to him just now. A different pronunciation. Here is this delivery driven by Raji into the offside field. He comes through for a single.
yeah, I will take that any day of the week if I was a coach. The last 2 overs as the spinners are brought on, they're able to collect 7 or 8, I think. 4 runs and over in the middle overs with 4 fielders out should be more than acceptable for the Jamaica team. If a bad ball presents itself, I'm sure it will be dealt with accordingly. But so far, after the drinks break, they've been able to milk the 2 bowlers quite comfortably with minimal risk.
So just to give you the feel for Andre Peters as he looks to continue from the northern end, which is the police station end. With that unusually colored tree as his background next to the sight screen. Here is Peters in. Flighting one outside the line of the off stump, driving and missing.
That's lovely from a leg spinner. I think that's the pace you'd want to be bowling. A bit fuller, giving the ball a little air and allowing the ball to turn.
He's just pulling one into the onside field. He's going to get a run.
Yes, what the Leeward Islands spinners need to be aware of here is how Jamaica are getting the singles. When they bowl flat and fast, it tends to be easier for the batsman to pick a single or to get even more, as opposed to flighting and challenging that drive.
One that's a little bit flighted from Andre Peters. More of a traditional leg spin.
Yeah, that's a bit better there from Andre Peters. That's what I'd like to see. Don't get too full, but enough to bring the batsman forward, as they always say.
Not really going through with his action on that occasion. Just looked as if he's just rushing the action a little bit. Umpire just having a little word with him. Maybe just walked across the pitch in that danger area.
Good awareness from the point fielder there, number 6, Daniel. There was a shout of bowler and he collected cleanly and released quickly to ensure that no run was made on the final ball of that over after 13 overs. Jamaica 38 for 1.
So the run rate just below 3, 2.92 at this stage. And it seemed to have been heartbreak for the West Indies women. Just missing that net run rate. So they seems as if they will not be a part of the Women's World Cup. Must be a disappointing feeling for them, but you know that they're tough cookies. They will bounce back. As we see Jack Nathan as he's about to start his new over. And again, angled into the right-handed batsman, belatedly called wide by the umpire.
Yeah, seems to be a bit of turn and bounce there. A little bite off the pitch there for Joe Nathan.
Again, good delivery from him. Still think he too might be just bowling a touch quick, a touch too fast for me. He has just one slip in place. It's a short of a delivery and tucked away by Test Forward. Going down to a fine leg region. They're going to come back for 2. Get them pretty easily in the end.
Yeah, just not getting that one right. Athen is short and turning, and the batsman Test Forward was able to just nudge that into the fine leg region.
So 41 for 1. He's driving. Seems as if he's edging and dropped again by wicketkeeper Powell. Let's just have a look. Yeah, looks as if the edge was found, and just from the reaction of that slip fielder. But if you notice again, Powell was up. Just have a look at it. If we just have another look at it, just look at the wicket keepers there, and we see him already getting up there. So the ball is again hitting him low down on the fingers. That's because he's not staying down.
I'm not sure the ball hit the gloves at all. That's a bit disappointing for young Jaquan Athenes, toiling away here in Ball Beef Liberta, and 2 catches dropped already, and they may just need a pick-me-up here by the coach, a little encouragement by some spectators.
So a delivery that was a little bit slower from Jack Athenes, driven back along the pitch. No run. Athenes continues to be miserly as he just...
Very interesting field by the young Athenes as an off spinner bowling without a 45 and bowling with a cover sweeper as an off spinner. Maybe he's being a bit too defensive in my books, maybe.
For those folks who are new to cricket, 45 is what we call
short fine leg,
short
a wide
leg.
short fine leg, if you want to call it
short
such.
fine leg. So you cricket guys know how you what you call it when you're out there. But just for the listeners, as Peters continues, and this one the batsman is swinging at it and missing. It's running down close to the boundary. Will not have the legs to go. And they're able to rush back for 3 and wide given as well. So 4 runs will go into the books of Jamaica.
Yeah, just kind of not getting that one right at all, Andre Peters. And
you think on these occasions you would want the wicketkeeper to back you up?
yeah,
But Powell just seems to be hanging his head. And maybe after those 2 drop catches, his confidence is at an all-time low. This one is flicked away by the right-handed test for Ward. They're going to come back for an easy 2. And the wicketkeeper is known, supposed to be the engine of the fielding team. He's supposed to be the one that's picking everybody up, that's running through after the overs and keep the vibes going. But
yeah,
Powell just seems to be hanging his head, just seems a little flat. Here's this one hit high in the air, but it's going to fall safely. So nobody could get close to that one. Test for Ward was driving. The ball went high up into the air over that mid-off region. And the man at long off was running in. That man at extra cover was running back. None of them could get close to it. It fell safely between both. And the batsmen were able to get 2 more runs. Was able to get another run. Here is this delivery swung away by Rajay Magichi. 4 runs to him.
Yeah, that was a full toss bowled by Andre Peters. Full toss on the stumps, and with the vacant deep mid wicket, he aimed a slog sweep over short mid wicket to get a boundary. And that brought up the 50 for the Jamaica team, 52 for 1. And so far, so good for the Jamaica under 15 team.
Here's he driving and edging and caught behind. This time taken by the wicketkeeper. Thought I heard a sound there. And umpire sends him on his way. Rajay Magichi is gone. He's caught behind off the bowling of Andre Peters for
25.
So Jamaica losing their second wickets in of 52 for 2.
Yeah, well flighted by the young Andre Peters outside the line of the off stump, inducing a drive by the young Magichi, who just hit a 4 the previous ball, maybe looking to repeat the dose, this time on the offside. And only could get a fine edge to the keeper, who has redeemed himself by taking a smart catch behind the stumps there.
But again, if you notice,
no reaction from
him, but he was still jumping as he took that one. And really no real excitement from him. Probably wasn't confident if that one had played, but I thought I heard a sound from this distance, and umpire agreed and sent Rajay on his way. So he's back in the pavilion. Llewellyn Price has come out for Jamaica, 52 for 2 in over number 15. 2 deliveries to go in the 15th over, and Jamaica, they now need to build a partnership between Price and Ward.
Yeah, this has been a solid batting performance so far, very steady, going at 3.5 runs and over. Jamaica 52 for 2. I'm sure they would have wanted the young Magichi to push on, maybe get a half century, maybe bat a bit longer, but nonetheless a good cameo innings by Magichi, scoring.
Here is
25.
Price, and he's out, stumped. First delivery, one that was flighted from Andre Peters and just dragged him forward. And good work behind the stumps this time by the wicketkeeper, flicking the bails off in a flash. And that's the end of Llewellyn Price's first delivery.
Yeah, that's a beautiful and a standard leg spinner's dismissal. Bowl it on leg stump with a lot of flight, rip it across the batsman from leg to off. He's looking to flick, loses his balance, the back foot creeps up ever so slightly, and the keeper does the rest. Beautiful leg spinners dismissal by Andre Peters. And after a solid start, Jamaica have slipped a little bit in a bit of trouble. 52 for 3. A double strike for Andre Peters.
Double strike for Peters. So he'll be on a hat trick this next delivery. And really a beautiful leg spin delivery. Flighted, dragged Llewellyn Price forward, and he just overbalanced, dragged out of the crease. And this time it was good work behind the stumps. Let's just have a look at it again.
Yes, beautiful.
Just a little bit of flight, dragging the batsman who was looking, and if you can see, the wicket keeper had the bails off before he could even turn around. So it was really good work behind the stumps there by Powell on that occasion.
Beautiful leg spinning delivery. Pitching on a boat leg stump. Flighted on that 4 to 6 meter. Dragging him out the crease. As they would have said in the Caribbean, he has the ball on a string and he just pulled it back. And Llewellyn Price has to go. Now we see in at number 5 for Jamaica under 15s, the left-handed batsman number 12, Wayne Plummer.
And with the hat-trick delivery, Jacqueline Athanez, he has a slip and a leg slip. There's still a man at deep square leg. Mid-wicket is short and straight. Here is Peters. And this delivery is flighted again, but driven this time by the new batsman, Wayne Plummer. Left-handed Wayne Plummer into the offside field. And there is no run. So didn't get a hat-trick, but a successful over nonetheless. After 15 overs, 52 for 3.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, as you would have seen it there, we are home and we are full of energy here in the Caribbean for what is to be an exciting series between the West Indies and Australia, bowling off on the 25th of June in Barbados with the first test match against Australia. If you are interested in any tickets, or if you happen to be in Grenada, Barbados, St. Kitts, or Jamaica, you can get your tickets at www.windiescricket.com, where you can scoop your tickets and hopefully enjoy some exciting T20 international cricket or some thrilling test cricket. We see Jaquan Athanez here continuing from the pavilion end to test for Ward, and he's hitting a very sticky length is Athanez. The batsman unsure whether to play forward or to play back.
This one got it all wrong down the leg side and again goes past the wicket keeper and able to rush back through. Wides given.
Yeah, a lot of turn on offer there for Athanez. Just starting that a little too straight. But I would like to see a bit more flight from the young Athanez. Doesn't need to be bowling that T20 length, as they would call it, to try and minimize the runs being scored, because currently Jamaica are not scoring.
They're not running away with it.
No, so a bit of flight could be used, but that's a good delivery nonetheless.
And that's good judgment as well from Test for Ward. Just reading that one outside the off stump, leaving it into the gloves of Clevante Powell. And Ward is driving right through the fielder at mid-off for long off for 4. That one hit down and just probably dipped on him.
Yeah, a bit of a misjudgment there by number 6, Treon Daniels. The ball just sneaking its way through the long barrier for 4. And that's not what the captain Athenaeus or Leeward Islands would have wanted at this point in time. There we see he's flighting that delivery there, inducing an attacking lofted shot down the ground.
So 2 more.
Yeah, he's driving to the right of extra cover there, and the Leeward Islands making a change in the long off fielder. Trayon Daniels moving into the extra cover region, and they're sending William Pittman, number 13, down to long off. But another flighted delivery by Jaquan Athenaeus, and it was just eased to the right of extra cover where they got 2. And the score moves on to 61 for 3.
Play defensively this shot. And one of the things about captaincy too is to know your fielders, know your players, and know where to put which fielders where. And Trey and Daniel doing much better now that he's in a shorter position at extra cover. Was just a little bit slow out on the boundary for the likings of Captain Athenaeus, who switched him up, brought him closer in, and effectively 61 for 3 at the end of 16.
Yes, this is a very important period of play for both teams, as Jamaica will be looking to consolidate and build a partnership between Ward and Plummer, and the Leeward Islands may be looking to attack a bit more after getting a double strike the previous Andre Peters over. So the game is in the balance currently as to if Jamaica would be able to post a good score, or if Leewards will be able to contain and restrict them. Here we see Andre Peters continuing from the police station end. A good line and length. The batsman just comes forward and plays that quietly. I'd like to see a lot more of those deliveries being bowled by the spinners, getting the batsman forward, making them a bit unsure with the turn. Oh, and this is not good by the Leeward Islands fielders. Just becoming a little sloppy in the last 2 overs or the last 10 balls. On the stumps for Wayne Plummer, and he sweeps just past, it looks to be the number 8 fielder, Macau. And Macau is signaling to his teammates that he didn't pick up that one, or it may have veered to his left, and he gets 4, Wayne Plummer.
Plummer is driving beautifully through the offside. That's a pleasant stroke. And he gets 2.
Yes, lovely stroke there by the young Wayne Plummer after just hitting the 4 through the leg side. Andre Peters corrects, goes a little wider, and Plummer is up to the task, driving it to the right of extra cover.
1 shot signaled by the umpire. So they just get a single in the end. Sweeping again, and he's going to get runs here this time.
Be able to pick the young Andre Peters. He's going to sweep, and he has executed well so far. 2 sweep shots, 2 4s. Just getting a bit straight there was the young Andre Peters. The length was good enough for me, but just a bit on the leg side, and he sweeps. Dead ball signaled by the umpire.
Peters was just a little bit hasty before the batsman had settled into his stance. He's ready now. And he's driving, but knocked down in that extra cover region. No run.
Yes, Yes, well fielded there by the young Farrell, number 10. But he seems to have got himself in a bit of a bother there after collecting a bad bounce. But he fielded it nonetheless. I hope he's okay.
17 overs gone.
Yeah, just collecting a bad bounce, but what was important is that he got the body behind the ball, as they would have taught you at the youth level. So putting his body on the line there, I hope the young Farrell is okay. And the physio is just...
Well, the physio is going out for the Jamaican
test
batter.
for Ward, maybe.
Test for Ward.
Seems to be in a bit of issues. The young Ward. I mean, this heat in the Caribbean around this time of year is no joke.
Yeah, he actually just went down on his knees. Not always a good thing when you see somebody just go down without anything happening. So he's probably just feeling just maybe a little bit dehydrated, maybe a little lightheaded. Out there, we just have to make sure. Remember, we saw in the first game that Jamaica played, was it
Robinson?
Yeah, we saw him as well, just having to come off after he just seemingly went down on the exhaustion. Is this another area for my argument that 50 overs is too much?
I mean, I don't think this supports your argument very well, because it's only 17 overs, and yet we have a batsman who has some difficulties with the heat. And it seems like he's going to retire here. Yes, it seems so. He's walking off with the physio.
Yeah, whatever it is, like I said, he just went down without, no one was close to him. He wasn't hit or anything by the ball. And anytime you see a player go down like that, it's always wise to take precaution. Let's just hope that the young man is going to be okay, that he's able to sort out whatever it is that is bothering him, and that he's able to sort it out and return at some point during the game. 71 for 3, it says, after 17 overs. So, test for Ward. Was on 15 at the time. So Andrew Lloyd has come out to join Wayne Plummer. First delivery from Athanase is driven back up. Athanase takes it on the bows and just looks back at the umpire nervously. Here is he, striking him on the pad. Lloyd, Andrew Lloyd. Lloyd doesn't seem too confident with those first two deliveries so far. Athanase into Lloyd, and Lloyd is going to get a run. It's on the back foot and punching this one out to the long off region. Gets his first run.
Seems to be a good single. He didn't look comfortable against Jaquan Athanase, but coming in, new batsman He just needs to get his eye in.
So Anthony is going to go around the wicket for the left-handed Wayne Plummer.
So as we would have been informed by the officials, test for Ward has retired hurt for the time being, and hopefully we'll see him back on the field soon.
See them walking him straight over to the ambulance that's on site. Maybe just to get him some hydration, some quick hydration, maybe. Install a drip, get him some quick hydration into his veins, make sure that he's okay. So the end of the over from Jack Wanathan as he gets through those overs very quickly. 17 dot balls so far. 4 overs for 16 runs, Jack Wanathan has. And the total is 72 for 3. The Carifta Games have also started here in the Caribbean, down there in Trinidad. And they're having both the Carifta Athletics and Aquatics Championships simultaneously. First in a long time, maybe the first ever time that is happening, that both championships happening at the same.
We've seen a change in bowler here from the police station end. It looks to be number 9. Number 9 is Jathan Edward.
Yep.
Another leg spinner from the top end. And here Andrew Lloyd is just rocking back and easing that to the cover sweeper for a single. This is a good start here by the young Jathan Edwards. He's on target, targeting the stumps, bowling a lovely length, bringing the batsman forward, but not too full as to get them driving.
Taller player than we saw with Andre Peters.
Yes,
just having a look to see how his action, if he uses that height. He has a decently high action. Here is this here we saw Plummer wanting a single, Lloyd sending him back.
Yes, good start for the young Jathan Edwards. Only one coming off of the over. Score ticks over to 72 for 3. But he seems to be a taller leg spinner, getting more, maybe getting more revs. A straighter arm action as well, coming over the top a bit higher. So he gets that dip and a bit more purchase off the wicket. But looks in good order, Jathan Edwards, good start. And we see a change from the pavilion end as well. So we see number 14 into the attack.
Yes.
Ali.
Ali. Adonai Ali. And Adonai Ali, he is listed as a fast bowler. So let's see how he goes. First delivery shot and punched through the offside by Andrew Lloyd for 4. That was a beautiful shot.
Yeah, top shot there. Top shot there by the young Andrew Lloyd. Back of a length, just on the off stump. And he jumps up onto his toes, drives it off the back foot past the extra cover fielder, splitting the extra cover fielder in the circle and the cover sweeper on the boundary for 4. Lovely shot there by Andrew Lloyd.
He's hitting this one in the air, but it falls over the top of the fielder at that mid-off position. And Captain Athanas, and they're able to come through for 1.
Yeah, this one a bit quicker and a bit higher by Adonai Ali. Andrew Lloyd looking to pull through the mid-wicket region, but just rushing him, just beating him a little for pace. And he, as we would have said in the Caribbean, he got stick up, as we would like to say. But yes, he got it over the mid-off fielder for a single.
Yeah, was successful. So he's still there. Ali, again, short of a let. Ali just seems to be a little bit on the short side. I was gonna comment about the sleeve, but the sleeve is on the opposite arm to the one that he bowls with. So guess that is okay. We had seen the umpire ask Jack Nathanes to remove his sleeve from his bowling arm. Here is this delivery, and they're gonna get a quick single. They get it easily in the end, as the ball was away from that infielder. So 1 more to the total. 1 more to Wayne Plummer. He's still there. So Andrew Lloyd on 7 comes into strike. Outside the off stump. And
yeah, he seems to be a kind of a hit the pitch kind of bowler. So that back of a length bowling a heavy ball, as some would say.
better delivery, that one. That one touched down on the good length, hit the seam as well, and went through to Powell again, taking it, jumping behind the stumps. But that was a beautiful delivery there from Adonai Ali. Yeah. 78 for 3 at the end of 20.
Yes, beautiful way to finish the over. I think he would have found his length. That would be the length he'd want to bowl and continue probing away there. But Jamaica going along quite well, I must say. 78 for 3 after 20 overs. And we see Jathan Edward continuing from the police station end.
And Plummer is driving, gets a single out to long off.
Yes, a bit on the full side was Edward, and just eased down the ground by Plummer for 1. And here we see a ball rising off of a full length from Jathan Edward, using his height to his advantage, getting a bit of bounce and purchase and beating the keeper slightly.
His one is played away in the air. He was probably a little nervous. Lloyd, when he saw that one leaving the bat in the air, but it was away from that straightish mid-wicket fielder, went out to the long on region, just a single. Again, just a defensive shot, no run. When we look at Andrew Lloyd, doesn't seem to be a textbook type player.
Well, from what I've seen so far of Andrew Lloyd, he's a bit languid, I would say. Very, very smooth, very silky, as opposed to having too much static motion. He sets up very nice. Everything seems to be in line, head level, but not necessarily using his top hand or showing that front elbow when driving. But
that's what I was when I spoke about technique. I was talking about he tends to, especially off the spinner, be dragging those deliveries from the offside towards leg, which means that the bat is not coming down straight. But he survives. Another over ends from Edward, and the total is on 81 for 3 after 21 overs. So rebuilding stage, consolidation for the Jamaica side. Remember Tesfa Ward having to retire hurt. We saw them taking him over to the ambulance. And so we just hope that he's going to be okay. That very shortly he would have probably overcome. And like I said, he just seemed to be lightheaded. He just went down on his knees with no one really around him. And you're always concerned when you see that happen. They would tell us in football terms when we teach football referees, you see any time a player falls unprovoked, immediately stop the game, get the treatment people on. Plummer is driving and missing.
Yeah, Lloyd, sorry, right-hander.
Correction.
Adonai, Ali, bowling. I think he's found his length here. He's beaten Wayne Plummer on the inside edge, squeezing it down to fine leg, and now getting or encouraging Lloyd to be driving off of that length. Maybe not full enough to be driving convincingly, but still a good length.
And this time he's driving again and goes past the wicket keeper down to the third man region. And we'll wait and see what the signal is. The signal is by, so he didn't get a touch onto it. For a moment, I thought he might have gotten an inside edge, Andrew Lloyd, but that one missed everything completely. And
yeah, he's having a tough day in the office today, is Clevante Powell, but keep your head up, young lad.
Outside the line of the off stump, through to the wicket keeper, no run.
Yeah, Jamaica seem to be in a solid position so far. They would
Not certain why he keeps having his head down. And
well, we've all been young, you know. May not be too receptive to having a bad day, but he will learn in time, and I hope that he's encouraged to continue to be positive, because the game is only 21 overs old, and 100 overs, if two teams bat all 50, would have to be bowled today. So, and he has his job to do as a batsman as well in the Leeward Islands innings. So all is not lost for the young Clevante Powell. Keep your head up, young lad, and stay positive.
He's had a tough day behind the stumps. Took a good catch though, and a smart stumping. Lloyd is hitting one into the offside field, and Just a single. Here is Ali. This one down the leg side, wide, called by the umpire. Good stop by the wicket keeper on this occasion.
Yes, very good take down the leg side by young Powell. He's working hard, staying in the game. But Adonai Ali has been a bit hot and cold so far this over, bowling some good balls and some wayward deliveries, but all in the game of cricket. But yes, we're here at Ball Beef Liberta in Antigua and Barbuda for round 3. And these two teams are looking to get a win today and improve their chances of hopefully lifting the trophy at the end of the tournament. But very interestingly, I've just been informed by the Jamaica team of young Lloyd's nickname. I won't share it over the air for
security purposes, national security.
I'm sure he wouldn't want that name to be blasted all over.
Not at all.
So I'll leave it as a team nickname. No, nothing too sinister, but no. I'm sure he wouldn't want that at all on his resume.
So they're going to have another drinks break after 22 overs, 88 for 3 is the total top score so far from opener Rajay Magichi, as he made 25 at the top of the innings. And Andrew Lloyd is there, not out on 9, Wayne Plum on 14. And we too will just take a short break. And then when we come back, we'll have more coverage from Ball Beef in Liberta. So we're back at Ball Beef after the drinks break. Wayne Plummer is on 14. Andrew Lloyd, he is there on 17. And it's going to be Edward, Jathan Edward. You think he's related? Is he related to Nathan Edward?
It could be. I'm not too sure, but it's not.
Brothers? Yeah, thanks for that. The names just sound very familiar. Nathan and Jathan. Leg spinner, here is he in. And Plummer is punching beautifully out to the long off region. Just a single.
Yeah, a bit short of length there by Jathan Edward. Just punched easily down to the long off fielder. But I wonder what those backyard battles look like between Jathan and Nathan Edward.
I'm sure Jathan will tell you, like William says, that he's the better Edward. His delivery is driven into the offside field, no run. All younger brothers tend to think that they are the better version.
Yes, they always have something against the bigger brother. I'm not sure why.
You bigger brothers are spoilt. The things that you bigger brothers get away with, the smaller brothers, we never do. And you guys tend to have this way that you think you own us.
Nah, not at all.
I
not
know
at
for
all.
sure my older brother thinks that he owned me when I was younger.
Nah, it's just the older brother responsibility.
Delivery is driven. He's going to get more than one here. He's coming back for a second, and almost it was closer than it needed to be, as Andrew Lloyd was just ambling back, but it was a good strong throw coming out from the deep, and he had to just put on his motors just a little bit towards the end to make sure that he made his ground successfully.
Yes, good running there by the Jamaica team. Very good running. Pressuring the fielder out there on the cover sweeper boundary for 2. Just ticking over the score ever so slightly, and this is good cricket so far by Jamaica.
92 for 3 is the total. And we're here trying to protect Lloyd with his nickname. And just during the break, we checked the stream, and there are some folks who have put him on blast, as they would say.
Well, I take no fault.
Ooh, that's a good delivery from Edward, but judged well by Lloyd.
Yeah, good delivery going past the outside edge by young Jathan Edward. A bit quicker. Andrew Lloyd not knowing too much about that, not sure whether to play or to leave. But at the end of the over, a good over, relatively good over for Jamaica. 5 coming off it. They're 93 for 3. At this point, we are quickly approaching the halfway point of the innings. And from the projection, they're looking to score 202, which would be more than a formidable total and enough to defend for Jamaica if Leewards cannot overhaul that.
So Barbados seems to be in a spot of bother in their match against Trinidad and Tobago. They're 94 for 6 after in the 28th over of their innings. And Guyana, after 23 overs, they're 139 for 4 versus the Windward Islands. So the Guyanese going well in that game there. 139 for 4. And Barbados 94 for 6 against Trinidad and Tobago. So that one could be a nice one, a dicey one, and could bring other teams back into the competition.
It seems like all these games are and just a miss up there by the keeper, not collecting that cleanly, and they scamper through for a single, the Jamaica team. But
Yeah, just a little sloppy work
I'll just
between
take a
Pittman and
moment.
the wicketkeeper.
I'll just take a moment to encourage anyone in Antigua and Barbuda at the time, if you're a local or just a visitor. Uh, I encourage you to come out to either Ball Beef with the ARG or St. Vivian Richards Stadium to come and encourage and show your support for the next generation of West Indies stars. This is all where it starts, and I'm sure that you will agree, Mr. Roberts, that we should not support them just when they are successful, but start from when they are at the grassroots
You
level.
want to start as early as possible.
Yes,
So
that's correct.
today, the matches are actually at CCG. So they're out at Coolidge, ARG, and Liberta.
Well,
So
thank you for
not
that
at the
important
stadium today.
information.
So Lloyd, pretty tall batsman on the back foot there from that short double length delivery from Adonai Ali and just punching it into the offside field. He looks good when he's punching on the offside field.
Well, yes, that's usually the case with tall batsmen. They tend to have a very good punch shot.
Gets a full toss and can't score as he hit it into the extra cover region. No run.
Yeah, not being able to capitalize there. I don't think he was looking for... Well, no batsman really looks for a full toss. But maybe not taking full toll of that ball, but he's still there. Has an opportunity to receive more.
Here's he just flicking one on the onside out to deep square leg for a single. Again, Andrew Lloyd, he just ambled through for the single. His coaches and others are suggesting that he needs to be a little bit more urgent in his running. The 24 overs have gone. It's 95 for 3.
Yeah, I'm in full support with the coaches and the management staff of Jamaica. It's always important to run the first one hard, because you never know if the fielder might fumble, or that first single being run hard could put them under pressure and allow you to get back for the second. But nonetheless, a strong batting performance so far. A partnership being built here between Plummer and Lloyd, and we see Jathan Edward continuing. Full length delivery outside the off stump to Lloyd, and he's driven past the extra cover for 2. And this is lofted down the ground by Andrew Lloyd. Not getting all of it, luckily so. Just a bit full there by Jathan Edward and lofted down to the long off fielder. He collects it one bounce and gets it back in. They get run through for a single. And they're inching ever closer to the team 100 for the Jamaica under 15. Here we see a beautiful delivery being bowled by Jathan Edward. Nice line and length, and the batsman just prods forward. Solid defense there. This is a good partnership being built here by the Jamaica Under 15, a partnership of 30 so far between Plummer and Lloyd. And we see him easing another one down to long on to end the over. And that brings up the 100 for the Jamaica Under 15 at the halfway point of the innings. Seen, ladies and gentlemen, we are home this summer, starting on the 25th of June in Barbados. The first test between West Indies and Australia kicks off of what will be a series of 3 tests and 5 T20 internationals across Grenada, St. Kitts, Jamaica, and Barbados. So if you're visiting at the time or you're a local, head on down to www.windiescricket.com to get your tickets and any updates regarding this test series.
He's going to get runs here off of the edge. He's running down to a third man. They should come back for 2. Seem just a little bit more urgent in that run in there. Just now, Andrew Lloyd.
Yeah, that's a lot better that I would like to see from Andrew Lloyd. Just being a bit more urgent, a bit more aware, looking for runs.
He's hitting this one hard out to the fielder at long off. It looks to be Pittman, just a single. Seems to have timed the ball well. Hit it pretty cleanly, Andrew Lloyd, but he just seems a little bit lethargic when he's at the crease. Doesn't seem to be a very busy player. Just seems to have a casual way about the way that he goes about things. This time he was very aware and very brisk in sprinting over the sprinting for that single. So one more to Plummer. Lloyd is just crept up to 18 without any fuss. Remember, he's there because Tesfa Ward has retired hurt. Here is he beaten outside the line of the off stump from Athens.
Yeah, looks to have been an arm ball.
Here's Athens. This one is in the air, but again, falling safely. He just turned the bat a little bit too early, took the leading edge, but it ballooned over the top of Athens and fell in that short mid-on region in a safe space, so no run. This time he's playing defensively on the back foot. No run to end the over. 104 for 3 after 26 overs.
Here we see Jason Edward continuing from the police station end. Oh, that's a tough chance there for Jason Edward, a tough cotton bowl. Simply a back of a length delivery, rocking back, looking to pull that, and straight back at
should have taken
Jason
that one.
Edward.
No, it came back quickly.
It was a sharp catch.
But it was straight at him. It was a midriff height. Those kinds, you really, that's not one that has to stick. You just have to take those.
Well, yes, I think he would have got his hands, didn't get his hands into position quickly enough. Wasn't sure if to reverse cup or regular catching. Another full toss again by Jathan Edward, looking to sweep Wayne Plummer. Just not getting a good enough connection, but here we see a replay. Yeah, just not getting that one right, Jathan Edward, and Wayne Plummer missing out. Scampers through for a leg by. This is well played down to the long on fielder by Andrew Lloyd. And I think it's important for the Leeward Islands not to let this game get away from them or to become too flat or too bored. As we see another full pitch delivery by Jathan Edward, badly lined onto the leg stump, and Wayne Plummer is sweeping down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
Yeah, Plummer doing well on that occasion, understanding, seeing that bad delivery and just sweeping it away, getting it fine enough for it to run down to that fine leg boundary for 4.
Yeah, slipping away a bit here for the Leeward Islands. A partnership just building. I'm trying to get the partnership information, but a partnership building nonetheless for Jamaica, and it's just important that the Leeward Islands understand that these things happen in cricket and not to get too lackadaisical, to still stay in the game, still stay hunting for wickets. And here we see Captain Athenaeus with a beautiful delivery. Well flighted, not too full, and the batsman comes forward quietly. A bit of a last minute call there by Wayne Plummer, not advising on coming back for 2 off of that delivery. Wide signal by the umpire here. And Jathan Edwards just lets that get through slightly. And they amble through for a single, ticking over the scoreboard, which is important for Jamaica. This is what they would have wanted at this point in time in the middle overs. Not too much risk being taken by Jamaica at this point in time in the innings. What's important is that they keep batting. Continue to get the singles and the twos. If a bad ball presents itself, you can capitalize. But not a lot of risks needs to be taken at this point in time. Another dot ball by Jaquan Athanaze to finish the 28th over, after which Jamaica 113 for 3.
Yeah, the Jamaicans just progressing quite nicely. Little partnership building up here between Andrew Lloyd and Wayne Plummer. And 6 overs already bowled from Jaquan Athanaze. And so Leeward Islands just probably need to hang in there. Their body language in the field seems a little bit on the low energy side.
And here we see a reintroduction of opening bowler number 13, William Pittman, from the police station end.
So unlike some of the other teams that we've seen in the tournament so far, Leeward Islands didn't use the full 6 overs for Pittman at the start of the spell. You know that there's a 6 over limit for fast bowlers in any one spell. So he bowled 5 overs in his first spell, and now he's back for a second stint. 27 is Plummer. Lloyd, who comes into strike, is on 20. 35 and 39 deliveries they've faced, respectively. Remember, if you're just joining us, the Leeward Islands, they opted to field this morning after winning the toss. Jamaicans, they've progressed to 114 for 3. He's getting a no ball and he's driven it for 4. That's the type of shot that Andrew Lloyd loves, when it's right up to him and he's able to just swing that bat. And he hit that one deliberately over the top of mid-off and got 4.
Yeah, beautiful shot by Andrew Lloyd. He was aware of the fielder, the mid-off fielder being inside the circle. And I'm not sure if he would have heard the no ball call as soon as it was released, but free hit nonetheless.
Free hit delivery. Swing and a miss. Almost like a golfer there trying to get that one some way onto the fairway, but he missed it completely. Andrew Lloyd didn't look as if he watched that one too much. He just made up his mind that he was going to have a swing at a free hit delivery. Pittman is in. Another defensive stroke from Andrew Lloyd. He's moved on to 24. Total on to 119 for 3. What do you think the Jamaicans are aiming at today? Probably something in excess of 200.
Well, most definitely at the rate they're going.
He's driving again. This time he gets it over the top of mid-off. Not timed as well as before, and he just got 1. He was driving, but once the ball fell over the top of the mid-off fielder, he just sort of slowed up.
And that single has brought up the 50-run partnership between Wayne Plummer and Andrew Lloyd. 1571 deliveries, a really strong partnership here so far, and they're hoping to carry on.
Pittman, and he's driving to mid-off and out. A full toss he got, and was driving it to the mid-off fielder, and he's out caught at that mid-off. Soft dismissal, you would say, because it was a poor delivery from probably Pittman's worst delivery. It was a full toss, and you would really think that Plummer should have put that one away, But he just managed to drive it softly and straight to that mid-off fielder who took the catch gleefully. And that's the end of Plummer and Jamaica losing their fourth wicket. They're now 120 it is for 4.
Yeah, I think this was a master stroke of brilliance here by Captain Jaquan Athanaze to reintroduce his strike bowler, William Pittman, the opening bowler, trying to prize a wicket, and prize a wicket he did, removing Wayne Plummer, not with one of his best deliveries, full toss, just below waist high, and all Plummer could have done is loft it straight to the mid-off fielder. And we see Tesfa Ward coming back out to resume his innings after being retired hurt.
So they've sorted him out, probably given him some rehydration salt, some other stuff to make sure that he is good, and happy to see that he is able to resume his innings. Tesfa Ward, he resumes on 15, had faced 31 deliveries before his little bout of illness, so he's back to join Andrew Lloyd, who's there on 25, and you were just about speaking about that 50 partnership, and you've actually learned the commentator's curse, because they say as soon as commentators speak about certain things, and you just said you're hoping that they would be looking to carry on, very next delivery he gets a full toss and drives it straight to the mid-off fielder. So,
well, I've learned quickly that the commentator's curse is no joke.
It's real. Trust me, it's real. So, let's see how Tesfa Ward responds, resuming his innings. And he's going to be facing up to William Pittman. So is the Leeward Island, are they changing the wicket keeper?
It looks to be.
We'll just check and see what number is on. Number 55, it says Woods. So, Kylan Woods, with the number 55 on his back, has taken over wicket-keeping duties from Powell. So Ward resumes. Here is Pittman. And first delivery, just squeezing it into the offside field. No run. It's 120 for 4 after 29 overs. Today, they don't worry so much about overweight here at this stage, at the under 15.
Well, no, I don't think they should.
Leeward Islands are pretty slow in their turnaround.
I don't think they should be as strict. They're young. And
but you just told me that they should play 50 overs because they're young and you want them to learn the right things. But then you don't want them to learn how to have good overweight.
I'm saying they should be taught good they should be taught to maintain the overweight, but I don't think that there should be any harsh penalties to such.
But how do you teach something like that without penalties? That's a question. Maybe our listeners might have some thoughts. Athanaze starts his 7th over. First delivery, just kept a touch low. Played effectively, defensively by Andrew Lloyd. Tall, right-handed Jamaican batter. has a name that sounds like an English commentator, Andrew Lloyd. He's facing Athens.
Are you referring to the great David Lloyd, David Bumble Lloyd?
Could be. I'm just saying that when you hear Andrew and Lloyd together, it just sort of sounds not so much like a cricketer, but more like somebody who is in the commentary box. He hitting one hard, but good diving knockdown in the extra cover region. Just one. And Caris Farrell has been doing a good job in the field all day. Seems very busy. Little busy infield fielder. Likes to throw his body around. Test forward is just punching square of the wicket. That's a run. Adonai Ali is in that position there. So just one more to the total. Here's he hitting this one in the air over the top of the long off fielder for 6. So he got a full toss and really put it away. Did Andrew Lloyd.
Yeah, just getting the opportunity to free the hands there, Andrew Lloyd, and he took full toll. And I guess that was a message sent to Jaquan Athanaze. Don't bowl there.
No, and like I said, he's a strong boy, Andrew Lloyd. Doesn't have the best of techniques that we've seen in terms of classical batting, but anything that is within his range, outside that off stump or full, seems to take full advantage of it. And on that occasion, he got a full toss. Didn't just drive it calmly like did Plummer. He really hammered it and hit it right over the top of a long off fielder and picked up 6 runs. Pittman continues. Beaten outside the line of the off stump is Test forward.
But another thing that I would have to commend with that shot from Andrew Lloyd is that he didn't try to overhit it. Yes, it was a full toss, and a lot of people, their eyes would light up at the sight of a full toss, but he kept his head down, watched the ball all the way, and timed it perfectly for 6.
Yeah, he seems to have very good timing, especially when he's playing those offside strokes. And Ward is driving pleasantly. Ward has looked good in terms of his batting ability, especially with those offside drives. He tries to get his foot as close as possible to the delivery and drives along the ground.
Yes, most definitely. He seems to be one of the more technically gifted batsmen in the Jamaica team, and he's resumed his innings well. As the coaches, I've heard them, we're communicating to the batsmen to just continue to rotate the strike, which is important.
Another single to Lloyd.
And this is the importance, I must stress, of having wickets in the shed or just biding your time. They would have had a relatively slow start to the innings, only scoring, I think, 29 or 30 off of the power play. But just hanging in there and spending time at the crease has proven to be the currency of what is a successful innings.
Another driven delivery. So they're doing well now, just ticking the strike over, the Jamaicans. Something that we've been calling for throughout our 3 matches so far that we've been covering from here in Ball Beef. We've just been asking to see a little bit more urgency, especially when it comes to the singles. Too many dot balls. And Lloyd is driving, but he's only going to get a single as there's a fielder posted on that deep long off boundary.
Yeah, and it's I wouldn't say it's go time, but for Lloyd, he's faced 50 balls and his eye is in So William Pittman going a bit fuller, but Lloyd is up to the task and he's hitting them well.
And the test for Ward is just joining the action, driving out to, looks to be Athenes, who is out on that long off boundary. Sort of a strange location for a captain to be fielding. Out of the game. 31 overs have gone. It's 133 for 4.
Gentlemen, we are home this summer. West Indies will take on Australia in 3 tests and 5 T20 internationals starting the 25th of June and ending the 28th of July. These matches will take place across 4 venues: the Kensington Oval in Barbados, the National Stadium in Grenada, Sabina Park in Jamaica, and Warner Park in St. Kitts. So if you happen to be visiting any of those countries or any locals are interested, you can get your tickets at www.windiescricket.com for any tickets or information regarding your beloved West Indies cricket team. But we are back here at Ball Beef Liberta, where we'll see a change in bowling. Number 6, Daniel, is returning into the attack for his second spell.
Yeah, and the Jamaicans just continue to take the strike over. First delivery, just nudging it away for a single. So the singles all add up.
Yes, and what I'd like to see here from the Leeward Islands right now is, with the exception of the 2 strikes over mid-off from Andrew Lloyd, they haven't been looking to go aerial very often. I'd just like to see the singles being squeezed, because this could prove very detrimental to Leeward Islands when they have to chase later.
And the coach is thinking like you. Just hearing him suggest that they might just want to squeeze a little tighter. And squeeze a little tighter means just bring the fielders in just a step or 2. Instead of probably just having them on the circle, just have them start a little bit further in. Lloyd is going to get another single.
Yes, most definitely it'd be imperative that the Leeward Islands don't let this game run away from them. Currently, Jamaica is scoring at 4.5 up from their 3 runs and over that they would have been scoring at the end of the first power play. And I just think because of the fact that they've spread the field, they're giving them the singles, but they haven't hit much boundaries in relation to the amount of singles that they're picking up. So I'd just like to see a bit of a squeeze, a bit more urgency. I mean, it's not an easy ask. 30 overs into an innings. I'm sure they would be a bit fatigued, the Leeward Island bowlers and fielders.
This delivery is just hit away out to the mid-off region. And not sure how did that one look to you? He looked to have just...
Well, that's just the modern day cricketer. The boundaries don't really mean much, because you can just, hit it back in, run out and run back in, and
then it's just flicking one back.
Yes.
And so just one for Andrew Lloyd.
I mean, I've seen some amazing bits of fielding in the IPL, and nowadays cricketers and fielders, they train for these specific things. So they ask the coaches to hit the ball as if it's going for 6, and they try to catch it, run out of the boundary, hit it back in, run back in, catch it. And it just proves or shows that the game is progressing at a steady rate, and it's exciting to see.
And I'm sure that my caller is smiling every time you talk, because when you give some comments, when you just said the player looks a little bit fatigued after 32 overs, and my caller is of the suggestion that they should end at 35.
No, you shouldn't bring back that suggestion at all.
So he's smiling hearing you say that. But there's still 17 overs to go or 18 overs to go in this Jamaican innings. So still a bit of time for the Leeward Islands to be out there in the sunshine. We see hands on knees and all of that. And with the scoreboard ticking over, the Jamaicans are adding to the Leeward Islands' frustration, where they tend to have to be moving every delivery.
Yes, I'd like to see currently if the coach or any of the management staff of the Leewards could just, patrol the boundaries, just offer some encouragement to the players, because at this time I know that the heat would be getting to them. Being on the park for such a long time is no easy feat.
Here is Andre Peters. He's just... And the Jamaicans are...
And that is a brilliant piece of fielding.
Yeah, it was always seemed to be risky as the ball took Lloyd on the pad. He was always watching the ball. Test for water taken off. Wicketkeeper Wood took the ball in and knocked the stumps down. And umpire sends Lloyd on his way. Probably a little closer than we thought, but good feeling in the end, no doubt, from the wicketkeeper who is behind the stump now, Kylan Woods.
Yeah, that's exactly what the Leeward Islands needed, an injection, some form of brilliance in the field that could just inject them with a bit of energy to finish the innings, and that's exactly what Kylan Woods did. Looking to set off for a leg by, and Woods picking up and aiming, taking aim for the stumps and hitting, and umpire decision was that Lloyd was out. So after 32 overs, Jamaica 139 for 5, and we're going to take a short drinks break.
In his fifth over, 4.4 overs so far, 2 wickets taken, 27 runs off of his bowling. So young player just looked across and he says, how much did Apple make? Don't know who we were speaking about. Test for Ward is still there. He's on 24. Zachary Buchanan, the captain, has joined him. He's going to look to face his first delivery. But Andrew Lloyd was out for 36 runs. And under the circumstances, a well played 36. Buchanan faces his first delivery from Peters off the outer edge. Jamaicans wouldn't want another run out, as that one went down to a short third man. No run. End of the over. 33 overs have gone, 140 for 5.
Who take the race? Which one is it?
We can do that shit. Ram Bachu, 2 each, 2 wickets for Samuel. So Trey and Daniel continues his bowling. Just to bring you up to date with some of the other scores. Barbados, they are currently 148 for 8. Rajiv Pasuram, he made 41, 18 for Shaniko Sargent. Zarel Harding is not out on 18, and Joshua Thompson not out on 17. As we speak, 149 for 8. 2 wickets so far for Samuel Stewart, 1 for Jaden Sadafal, 2 for Ethan Ramsharam, and 2 for Sanjeev Bachu, with a wicket for Zion Phillip in the Trinidad bowling.
Yeah, Test for Ward getting a bit ahead of himself there. I think he's had enough, or he's seen enough of
And
Daniel.
And this 149 for 8 suggests a little bit of a recovery after they were 110 for 8. So 39 run partnership so far in that one.
Yeah, it seems like Jathan Edward is a bit annoyed with himself. He thinks that there may have been a chance there at a run out if he picked up cleanly.
Yeah, he didn't pick it up at all. Guyana 179 for 7. 50 for Loma Sicharan. 59 as well for Richard Ramdehal. Two main scorers there for Guyana.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're just giving you the scores of the other matches, but if you'd prefer to follow for yourself, www.windiescricket.com is where you can find all of the scores of the Rising Stars on the 15
And all
tournament.
3 matches are being streamed, so they can follow the stream. Or better yet, if you're in Antigua, we would love for you to go out and support the matches. Go and watch the matches in person. Leeward Islands, they're playing over here at Ball Beef in Liberta, right next to the Liberta Primary School. Can't miss it. And there are also matches at CCG today and ARG, the historic Antigua Recreation Grounds.
Well, yes, that's the most important piece of information. If you're a local in Antigua and you finish your Saturday shopping or running around your errands, you could always come to one of the 3 venues and sit down, relax, and enjoy some cricket. Maybe you may know somebody on a team that you may want to support, but it's all in the development and the betterment of the children.
So, just noticed that Powell had come off the field. Thought that he had just switched with Wood and had been somewhere in the outfield, but just saw him off the field itself. So, maybe what we've been noticing when he was seemingly just having his hands on his knees and have his head bowed at times, maybe he was just a little bit dehydrated or had a little bit of an issue.
Maybe so, but Andre Peters continuing from the police station end. So far, the most successful Leeward Islands bowler. 2 for 28 from 5 overs. And he's just missed this one here. Young Peters played back to him. And
good running too by the Jamaicans, up and down for 2. And Peters, in coming into the tournament, says that if he gets an opportunity, he wants a 5-wicket haul. And he says he also wants to make 30 runs with the bat.
Well, those are very good expectations that he set on himself. And I always encourage the youngsters to shoot for the stars, as they are the young rising stars of the next generation. And this is more than a perfect opportunity for Andre Peters to get a 5-wicket haul. He's already 2 for 31. And a bit of confusion here on the field between the batsmen and not whether or not they wanted a run there, but...
And if the name Peters sounds familiar, he's the son of Orlando Peters, former Leeward Islands and Antigua batsman, and also somebody who played also in the CPL. Baby Peters, we call him here because of his small stature.
Yes, from what I've been told, or from what I know, it runs in the family, because Orlando Peters' father, which is Andre Peters' grandfather, was much the same. And all 3 generations are very much following one format.
Poor delivery, put away. It was full outside leg stump, and just swinging it was test for Ward. It was in the air, but it cleared the fielder at backward square and went down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, I think that one just got away from young Peters. Maybe looking for a bit more flight, a slower delivery just to draw the batsman out, but he overcooked it a bit. And it was dispatched quite efficiently by young Ward, who moves on to 33 after retiring hurt earlier in the game.
Delicate stroke, and he's coming back for a second run, gets it in the end, putting some pressure on the fielder there that was going back. And
yeah, this is lovely cricket here, urgent cricket, I might add. A bit of a better throw from the fielder at short third, number 8, Macau. May have had Test for Ward in trouble, but
and he's driving beautifully for 4. Thought that man who was out on that cover boundary was going to get across, but that one was timed sweetly, and it went between cover and extra cover and into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, time better than we would have thought by Test for Ward. Short and wide by Andre Peters, not getting it right, and he rocks back and cut in front of square for 4. He moves on to 39. Jamaica 157 for 5 after 35 overs, and is getting away from Leeward Islands a bit here. Runs
they're beginning beginning to just leak some runs here, the Leeward Islands. The energy out in the outfield seem to have gone, and so the Jamaicans, with a little bit of pressure on the fielders now, are beginning to try to ram home the advantage, just try to make sure that they put this game beyond the reach of the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, and this is where the captain and the coaching staff of the Leewards, I feel, would need to have a word with the young captain and maybe some of the fielders, because you don't want this game getting away from you and you haven't bat a ball as yet. Runs have been coming thick and fast for Jamaica within the last 6 overs, I would assume. And it's just for the Leeward Islanders to kind of stay disciplined and stay in the game. Dead ball signaled by the umpire. I'm not sure as to what the reason could have been, but from my personal view, I think the Leeward Islands may need to squeeze a bit more here and not give the single so easily, because as we would have seen with the top 4 batsmen, excluding Tesfa Ward, who was retired hurt, once dot balls pile up, they're going to try and score a boundary. And I think by giving them the singles right now, they have no need to go for the big shot. So it's a lot easier for the Jamaican batsmen. So if they could build some pressure currently right now, the Leeward Islands, that would be more than beneficial to them in the pursuit of a wicket.
If you can notice too that their instruction being shouted from all angles, saw a little bit of frustration on the field there from one of the Leeward Islands fielders, as someone was telling him in, one was telling him out. And Captain Jack Wanathan has found himself feeling at the long off position, almost out of the game. Far too easy now for Tesfa Ward.
Yeah, and
Gets
this
his
is
40th run.
This is the advantage of batting a bit of time. If we could refer back to the opening batsman for Jamaica, Jaden Shaw, who got a bit frustrated, 8 off of 23. I'm of the opinion that he could have been a bit more composed and he could have been able to play himself in to the extent of Tesfa Ward now batting 40 off of 54.
I would prefer to see Jack Wanathan as the captain where McCaw is, up at that mid-on position, and bring McCaw down on the boundary so he can stay in control of his team. I know he probably thinks that he's a better fielder on the boundary than some of the others, but he is the leader. And he needs to stay in control of the situation.
Well, I mean, it could be two sides of the coin, maybe. As well as being one of the better fielders looking for a catch, maybe it would be easier for the coach to relay information to him from the boundary. But regardless, something needs to be done here. After a brilliant piece of work by the number 55 fielder Wood, who was keeping to run out Lloyd to break that partnership, I think.
I differ from you in terms of coaches giving so much information to these players at this stage of their career. I think they can tend to confuse them, especially when you have too many voices speaking in your head at this time. And if we look, we see Athenes is moving from long off to long off.
Yeah, I think he's chosen to bear a lot of responsibility here by moving from long off to long off. But I'm interested to see the plan here from young Andre Peters. 4 men out. And for all 4 in front of square legs. So the plan should be just that. Give it some air, flight it, and you have 4 fielders waiting to catch.
Zachary Buchanan is there batting. Listed as more of a fast bowler than a batter. Buchanan. Pulling out quite late out of that one. Peters continues with his leg spin bowling. He's into his 7th over.
Yeah, just a little over pitch there by Andre Peters. I would like to bring back that length just a bit. Get them on the front foot, but not enough for them to drive. As we see Zachary Buchanan just easing that ball down to long on. A bit of frustration creeping in for the Leeward Islands on the 15 team. It's important to stay level-headed and stay calm. Just a guiding hand needed right now from someone. Maybe the coaches, maybe the management staff.
I think the captain needs to become more involved. He has to get closer. He can't stay all that way out on the long-off boundary. He needs to stay in contact with his bowlers and with his team. Be that motivation that they need. Because for me, he's out of the game out there on that long-off boundary. He's literally out of contact with Andre Peters or anyone. If he wants to say anything to him, he has to shout it from where he is. Not there to offer the leadership that is needed. I know probably he thinks that he's, that's his best position to field because of probably his speed and other stuff. But I think the team needs him more than saving a single out on the long off boundary. Ward is looking to drive on the inside.
Yeah, just falling over a bit there, young test for Ward, but
it's the end of over
number 37.
Number 37.
We have 164 for 5.
164 for 5, the total. So Ward is at 41. Andrew Lloyd made 36 or 55, and Wayne Plummer 27. Don't forget our good friend Magichi. He made 25 at the top of the innings.
But we see number 14 returning to the attack. Adonai, I'm not sure. But Ali is returning back to the innings with his second spell. And 13 overs remaining in the innings for Jamaica. 5 wickets down. They have wickets in hand for the back end for the final power play. This may be a good launching pad for Jamaica. As we see the first ball by Ali into the pitch on a good length, and it's forced down the ground to the mid-off for a single for Zachary Buchanan. So I would have to ask onto the field, or maybe ask a coach as to the pronunciation of his first name. I'm not sure if it's Adoni or Adonai, but I'll make sure to ask and report back. But as we see him bowling a lovely line and length, batsman
Wouldn't want
could
his
do
parents
nothing
to say
from
that is not what my name a pick me. You know?
Indeed.
But Ali he's in action now. 14 runs off of his 3.2 overs.
Yeah.
He tends to bowl just about back of length.
And
not too full.
I think that's what's needed right now from Ali. Wow.
Short and banged away. Maximum 6 runs.
Wow.
That was hit hard by Test Forward. Was pulled down and just smashed over mid-wicket, 6 runs.
Yeah, beautiful shot there by Test Forward. That back of a length not working for Ali this time. Maybe not enough pace, or just enough pace for Test Forward to latch onto that and pull it over mid-wicket for 6. The partnership currently at 32. Another good partnership for Jamaica.
This time he's getting it finer. But the result is 4. So he gets his half century. Does Test Forward.
Yes, brilliantly played, the young man, battling it out after being retired hurt. 51 off of 59 deliveries, as we see another short ball attempted here by Ali, and it's helped over the short fine leg fielder for 6.
I was just hesitant because it looked as if it might have carried, but the umpire signaled 4.
Yes, but nonetheless, you deserve to celebrate young Test Forward. Very well played, very responsible innings, and a lovely example of how to build an innings and his resilience after being retired hurt. It's now become very, very easy now for Test Forward after batting 60 balls. I'm sure that his eyes are open. And Zachary Buchanan joining him, 7 off of 12.
Somebody that played 2 of the games for the Leeward Islands so far, Mentor, Kenwick Mentor, is not listed at all today.
Interesting.
In the lineup. Not sure if he is dropped or if he has an injury, but I think he featured in the first 2 games for the Leeward Islands. 175 for 5 though after 38 overs.
Yeah, this is a brilliant launching pad for Jamaica on the 15s. Just 2 more overs until the final power play. I'm sure if they could maintain just a loss of 5 wickets after 40 overs, that could be a lovely launching pad for them in the final 60 balls.
Another Leeward Islands player coming off due to what looks to be fatigue. Just looks a little bit fatigued. And Rondre Daniel has gone on to field for him.
And here we see Jathan Edward returning to the attack from the police station end. And he starts well.
Andre Peters. Buchanan is trying to force this one, not doing so effectively.
Yes, this is what the Leeward Islands need to do and do a lot more of. Bowl dot balls, force the batsman to make a mistake. So far, so good from Jathan Edward, bowling 4 dot balls. And my advice would not to be to overcomplicate this plan here from Jathan Edward and the Leeward Islands. Just bowl dot balls.
So over number 39 has come to an end, 176 for 5. Just a single coming from that over. So in the context, the Leeward Islands would have been very pleased with that over, just one run coming from it. And Jacqueline Athanase has brought himself back on.
Yes, the Leeward Islands captain Jaquan Athanase reintroducing himself to the attack. Zachary Buchanan just having a look around the field. 4 men out, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and the cover sweeper. And Buchanan just nudges this into the deep mid wicket area where the deep fielder cleans up and they get a single.
Jamaicans just continue to tick the scoreboard over. The only good thing we can say about this for the Leeward Islands is that it's two right-handers that are at the crease. So they don't have to change the field that much, if at all. Athanase is just sharp there in trying to prevent any run from his bowling. He only has 2 overs left after this one. So just about 15 deliveries left in his spell. .33 runs coming from his 7.4 overs so far. Me continue to say good day to folks who are listening to us, folks who listens to us across the Leeward Islands, in St. Kitts, in Nevis, in Montserrat, in Anguilla, St. Martin, the Virgin Islands. Let me also say hello to the folks who are listening to us over in Jamaica. The Jamaicans are listening to us, and they were very vocal when they watch on the stream. Ever so often when we just check to see. And remember our question of the day: should the under 15 tournament remain as a 50 over tournament, or would you like to see a reduction in overs at this stage? And just to make a point, FIFA in football at the under 15 stage plays for 35 minutes, not 45.
Very interesting point, Mr. Roberts. Very interesting point indeed.
Who is this bowler that we have?
Jathan Edward continuing.
Jathan Edward continuing with his leg spin bowling. Buchanan has not been as fluent as he probably would want. He's been there for 24 deliveries, has only scored 10 runs. Test for Ward though, after retiring hurt when he was on 15, coming back and has gotten to his half century. And just as I spoke about Buchanan, he gets 2 runs from that sweep stroke. Not the cleanest of sweep strokes that you've ever seen, but it was effective. Got it into vacant fine leg position for 2. He's swinging and missing Wood as well behind the stumps and coming down to the third man boundary for 4 byes. So he went for an almighty swing on that occasion.
Yeah, the keeper just taking his eye off of the ball there, coming up a bit too early. And I think he was more in a self-preservation mode for how hard Buchanan had to swing at that.
Yeah, Buchanan really wanted to take the leather off of that one. He was looking to smash it somewhere into one of those green trees, or maybe the one with the red blossom in the distance. This time he's going to get a run, as again Jayton Edward just dragging that one down, not completing the action as the coaches would want, but you would expect at this stage he's in his 7th over. Maybe that arm just tiring a little bit, because here is he giving a full toss that is hit away for 4. One bounce into the boundary, and that one was smashed away by Tesfa Ward.
Yeah, just a full toss, waist height by a leg spinner for Tesfa Ward. Nobody in the mid-wicket cow corner region. And that 4 brought up the 50-run partnership between Tesfa Ward and Zachary Buchanan. Tesfa Ward dominating that partnership. 51 off of 51 deliveries, a runner ball partnership, and the run rate is steadily increasing. So as you would have seen, we are home this summer. West Indies will take on Australia in 3 tests and 5 T20 internationals, starting the 25th of June with the first test to be bowled off in Bridgetown, Barbados at the historic Kensington Oval. So for anybody who's going to be in Barbados, Grenada, St. Kitts or Jamaica between the 25th of June and the 28th of July, you can maybe cop some tickets to the series at www.windiescricket.com.
And to my Jamaican friends who are watching us on the stream, if you want to see who I am, sponsor me one of those tickets over. Just bring me over from Antigua. I will certainly come and shake a few hands. But Jamaica is a beautiful place, and a beautiful place to watch sport. I was present in Jamaica when USA played Jamaica in a World Cup qualifier.
Well, yes, I have traveled there when I was a bit younger. About these kids' ages, around 13, 14. And it was, believe it or not, the first time I ever had a mother's beef patty. The Jamaicans would know about the brand Mother's Jamaican patties and Golden Crust, and I had the two, compared the two, and I came to a conclusion that all these taste magnificent. First time I ever had a beef patty. Madness.
The Jamaican cuisine is extraordinary. If you like Caribbean food, Jamaica is a good place to go. I tried to have the mild version, not the too spicy version of it. But woke up in a hotel in Montego Bay in Jamaica.
Well, yes, for the Jamaican listeners, I would like some recommendations as the best places to get an oxtail stew in Jamaica so I can visit. That's up for some debate, who has the best oxtail, but I'm open to suggestions.
Here's he hitting one into the offside field. Should get two. Test for Ward. He comes back for the second run. Gets it easily enough in the end. I was saying I woke up in a hotel in Jamaica. I went down for breakfast and they had red bean and pigtail soup for breakfast. My best breakfast ever.
Well, these are why the Jamaicans are a hearty bunch. Well, I was just recommended Legale Club.
In Kingston number 5, you said? Kingston number 5.
For the best oxtail. Okay.
Yeah.
We already have a recommendation.
Yeah, so we know where we're going. And so, for that free advertisement that we just gave you over there, when we come, you need to sort us out. But Jamaica is a beautiful place.
Yes.
I've been there several times, and every time I've been there, whether I was in Kingston, New Kingston, or Montego Bay, I had enjoyed myself tremendously. They're trying to get up to that 200 mark. 8 overs to go, 195 for 5.
Yeah, they're motoring here. The run rate steadily increasing. We were at the start of the innings wondering whether or not they would have breached the 200 mark, but they're well in sight of that, and they're in a position to push on further.
Buchanan would have thought that he just missed out on a short delivery there from Jathan Edward. He's beaten outside the line of just some good delivery.
Yes, that's
that
well
from
bowled.
Edward.
Well bowled by Jason Edward there. Lovely full-length delivery.
Just look at this high action. Gets it right over. Beautiful with a
Turning
bit of
away
turn.
from the batsman. Beautiful.
Short. An angle down the leg side. Gets away with it. JB just brushing the pad on the way through. Yeah, just hitting the batsman on the thigh pad. Buchanan once again is driving. Should be 2. Gets 2 as it was. Splitting the fielders there. There's a straight mid-wicket and a deep backward square. And the ball just going in between both deep fielders. And the batsmen were able to rush back for 2 runs. 197 for 5 in the 43rd over. So the partnership is now 58. And that is what has been good for the Jamaicans. Today they've had 250 partnerships that have put them into a reasonably strong position. So this 197 for 5 at the end of over number 43. So 7 overs to go for the Jamaica under 15 innings. Somebody says on the 15 should remain 50 overs to facilitate their development. Thank you for that comment. It should be the same as the adult game to get these young players used to the routine and rules of the game. So they're going to get a run here. A little bit of a tired bit of fielding there from William Pittman. Ball dragged up to him and really casual about that, Pittman.
Yeah, he's just getting away here a bit from the Leeward Islands.
And they should get the run. Just one more run. So Buchanan played that one and then was just a little bit guilty of ball watching as Test Forward called him through for the single. He gets his 17th run. 18th run, correction, 199 for 5. And Ward gets forward to Athenes. No wicket for 41 runs, and he's in his final over. His 10th and final over, Jacqueline Athenes, the Leeward Islands captain. This one is played away into the onside field by Test Forward. Gets 1 and 200 has come up for the Jamaica team. 200 for 5 in 43.4 overs, 13 fours and 2 sixes in that innings. And just a little bit of a mix-up there. Jack Nathanez and wicketkeeper Wood just having a little bit of a miscommunication. Nathanez probably thought Wood should have just made a bigger effort with that run-out opportunity. It was a yes-no situation, and
yeah, I'm seeing some frustration creep in here for the Leeward Islands. More specifically, the captain being a bit irate at his keeper for misfielding that ball.
And someone says to us that triple T's is pretty good for oxtail. So I wrote that down in my book of places to go when I head out to Jamaica. Triple T's. Somebody says, let's go Leewards, get those Jamaicans out. So Leeward Island support is still strong. And somebody saying those boys look more than 15. They eat well, no doubt.
Well, I mean, if is it that you're waking up in a hotel to red bean stew and pigtails, I mean, if that's the starter.
I'm not certain if that is the starter for every household, but that was certainly a good sight in Jamaica for me. The only better sight we had is that when we were in Grenada, for lunch one day, Oil Down showed up.
I really must expand my horizons because
you definitely need to.
I've never had
especially
these
with the culinary offerings across the Caribbean. Similar but different. Ever so tasty.
Yes, agreed. Here we see Jathan Edward continuing his spell. One just keeping a bit low, a test for Ward. And now one just jumping off of a length. Just steered down to the third man by test for Ward. He's batted well today so far. He's been patient. He's been vigilant.
And he's been resilient. Having retired hurt and coming back. And just not just coming back, but coming back to carry on. And I've scored, 3 runs short of 50 runs since he's been back? In terms of, because when he retired hurt, he was on 15. And he's progressed on to 63. So he scored typically 48 runs since his return. And it looks as if the hydration, salt, and all the other remedies
have the opportunity to play such a tournament. And this may be in my favor, that he would not have been able to score the runs he would have been scoring now and learning how to bat long if it was 35 overs.
So 45 overs have gone. It's 203 for 5.
So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are home this summer. The West Indies take on Australia in 3 tests and 5 T20 internationals across Grenada, Barbados, St. Kitts and Jamaica from the 25th of June to the 28th of July. So get your tickets at www.windiescricket.com for any tickets or news or live scores in relation to West Indies cricket. So that's again www.windiescricket.com.
Andre Peters is back, and this time he's back from the pavilion end, the school end here. He's from the southern end, I think this is a good move at this time to bring him back from this end. And Tesfa Ward gets his 64th run. I think with the any short ball and they pull in, they're going to be pulling into the breeze on that eastern side, which is sometimes can be a strong breeze.
And we see the three leg side fielders, a deep square leg, a deep mid wicket and a long on, so there's ample protection out there if he drops it short. But
This
just
one,
straight down the leg side and he just paddle sweeps for 2, I believe.
yeah, Buchanan, Zachary Buchanan, he's been thereabout. Not been extra explosive, 41 deliveries for his 21 runs. The Jamaica captain. And let me say hello to my good friend. You know, this morning I got a hard time when I mispronounced Magichi's name. And my good friend says 50 overs should remain to help with their development. More experience is better for them. And we thank her for continuing to listen.
Yes, most definitely. All the spectators and supporters from around the region and around the world. There is a live chat section on the live stream, so feel free to have your opinions and your voices heard.
And just the runs are coming pretty much at will now for the Jamaicans. But they're getting the singles at this stage. But you would think that at this point they would want to start to really hit some boundaries. Maybe just get a move on, try to pull away some more from the Leeward Islands. 207 for 5.
Yeah, 4 overs left in the Jamaica innings. They're going to try and maximize the amount of runs they can score. 5 wickets in hand, so wickets are not a problem. They would want the set test for Ward and Zachary Buchanan to hammer it home now. But spin is on the ball, Jathan Edward. And that's short and just guided into the offside gap for a single.
So let's see if Tesfa Ward is going to just change his approach. Just drags one out to long on. Another run. We must give Jathan Edward credit because he's bowled 9.2 overs. 31 runs have come from his bowling, so he's been quite economical. And he hasn't bowled too many bad deliveries. So even at this late stage of the innings, the Jamaicans are not having their own way with him, with his bowling. They're not hitting him all over the field because he's remained consistent with what he was doing.
Yes, that's correct. Know that this is now an interesting point of the innings.
But this one, another good delivery, but even played even better by Tesfa Ward. Just really hammered it from outside the line of the off stump, dragged it to a wide mid-wicket position, and was able to beat the fielder down on the boundary and got himself 4 runs.
Yeah, this is going to be another aspect that the batsman would have to learn. Young Tesfa Ward now being able to motor on and try and expand his game through hitting now that he has the license in the last 3 overs.
Yeah, with the end of the innings coming up, 5 wickets still in hand, could really still have a go, probably just have a go.
Yes, most definitely. The partnership is at 75 off of 86. This is really the determining partnership for Jamaica so far. And Buchanan has been doing his job well, being responsible, just supporting Tesfa Ward and being able to score freely.
47 gone, 214 for 5. Edward has finished his spell.
Yes, and what I would like to see now from the young Jamaican batsman is, even though they're looking to push on and they're looking to hit boundaries, it's important to hold your shape, keep a still head, and ensure that your bat swing meets the ball at the correct time. Don't try and overhit the ball, don't try and slog the ball, just time the ball, have a solid base and a still head. And these are things that they would learn at the back end of the innings. So Tesfa Ward batting on 70 to Andre Peters. He's been quite expensive this game.
And this one is hit out to the boundary region, long off region, and the fielder coming across, just knocking it, keeping it in play, and then just having the presence of mind to just save a couple of runs for his team. So 2 more to Tesfa Ward. Peters is in, flighted delivery, and he's whipping this one over the long on region for 4. So he found the gap on that occasion. It was flighted by Andre Peters, and Ward just whipping it on that onside and splitting the fielder at long on and straightish mid wicket and picked up 4 runs.
Yeah, this is beautiful batting here by the young batsman here.
Ward is on 76, faces Peters, and he's hitting this one in the air, but not timing it at all. We'll just get a single. Ward has decided that he's going to just try and step things up a little bit.
As he should. I'm sure that the coaches would have given him the license that every batsman wants at the end of an innings, to be able to express yourself freely.
Peters to Buchanan, and Buchanan reading the script well, just playing it into the offside field, takes off for the single, brings Tesfa Ward back on strike. Ward is on 77.
Yeah, this is
14 deliveries to go. So if he's going to get anywhere close to 100, he really has to go now. Here is he trying to pace the infield. He gets one. He's coming back for a second because, again, the fielder was just a little bit slow in getting onto that one. 2 more to the total.
Yeah, this is good cricket here by the Jamaica on the 15 team. Runs are flowing, and they've decided that they're going to pick Andre Peters as the one to attack. Already they've gotten 8 off the over, 9,
yeah, he's
10 off
60
the over.
runs have come off of his bowling so far, Andre Peters. So he's been roughed up a little bit. He got 2 wickets in the middle stage when he was on a hat-trick, but has since. His 9 overs have gone for 61 runs at a rate of 6.78. So he's been a tad expensive.
Yeah, this has been a good exhibition of being able to build an innings, and Tesfa Ward has built his innings well. Zachary Buchanan, the captain, bearing the responsibility of staying there with him. And it's important. This is a very important part. Partnerships in cricket, especially when batting. Just build the partnership, have a few quiet overs where there's no wickets falling, there's no risk being taken, just to settle yourself, and then you can build the platform to launch.
So Ward on 80 needs 20 to get to a century. Have we had any centuries yet in this tournament? I don't think so.
I believe the highest score was 86 by Barbadian. So his name is escaping me right now.
We'll certainly check that in a short while. And no doubt our listeners, those sharp listeners, will send us and tell us.
But we see Treon Daniel returning.
First time we've seen him from the southern end. And Ward is trying to hammer this one away. He's coming back for the second run. Gets it in the end as Ward just seems to be limping slightly as he was running through there.
Yeah, he feel like if he missed out there, Test for Ward having a little walk at the bowler, maybe yorking himself a bit,
yeah,
just a little bit, not too much. But
he had just probably stayed still.
But the Leeward Islanders should not make this run away. But from them, 2 overs left. They need to stay a bit more disciplined.
So Ward just gets a single out to long off.
So what do you recommend now? Because runs are coming freely and they seem to be a bit flat. There doesn't seem to be a plan right now. They're just hoping and waiting for the innings to be finished.
Buchanan is driving out and dropped by the captain out on the boundary. Just looked to have floated straight to him. Came around, but that ball hit his arm. Got there. Got both hands to it and just...
Difficult catch there. He slipped as the ball was entering his hand. So I'm not going to mark him too harshly. It's still a drop catch. They go through for a single.
This one, Ward is driving hard. Again, out to Athenes, who feels well. Just one.
Yes, if we could take a replay at that catch, it would have been a brilliant catch if he pulled it off. Zachary Buchanan hitting out too long off. He had some distance to make to his right, the captain, Jaquan Athenes. He got there in the end, but couldn't hold on.
Buchanan is driving over the head of that extra cover fielder. Thought that he might have made that into a catch, but the batsman able to rush back for 2 runs. Tired effort from that fielder there.
Yes, that seems to be the vice captain, number 10, Farrell. He was already on the circle as it is, not squeezing, but kind of just hovering around the 30-yard circle, maybe looking for that exact thing to peel off and get a catch, but didn't go to hand.
Buchanan following a wide one outside the offside, is trying to hammer that one somewhere. Didn't make contact, through to the wicket keeper.
Well, he threw the kitchen sink at it, so much so that he lost his footing. I think he was trying to hit that straight. I think there was a wide plan by Daniel to go wide, attack the wide line, and you see he's stepping all over the shop. His teammates shouting Andre Russell, maybe reminiscent of him.
So Buchanan keeps the strike, going into the final delivery of the over. And Test for Ward and Buchanan just probably having a little bit of a word. Probably wanted to get Test for Ward on strike. He's on 84, 16 needed. But just 6 deliveries to go. Maybe he might not get there today. But it has been a good effort.
Well, who knows? Just like how we have remember the name in the senior men's cricket world, remember the name Test for Ward.
Yeah, but he needs to be on strike. He's currently off strike. So unless they can get a single first delivery and give him a fair opportunity, might find himself running short of deliveries.
But yes, it looks to be that if they have a massive final over, 250 is on the cards, not very far away, just 15.
235 for 5. So, looks as if we're going to have the full 50 overs bowled in this one.
That's correct. That's what it should be.
And so you're there celebrating, thinking that.
But yeah, I'm not celebrating. I'm just happy at the fact that we would have come to a conclusion that batting the 50 overs really is beneficial to these young cricketers.
So Buchanan just flicks one on the inside, takes off, and I'm suggesting that they're not going to want to run more than one because they want to give Tesfa Ward an opportunity.
Well, I think he has ample opportunity here. I don't think he has to look for sixes. I think he can find the gaps. The plan by William Pittman seems to be to go into the pitch, but there is no deep mid-wicket. There's a deep square leg, so anything from deep square leg over to long on is free. So if he's going into the wicket, I think Tesfa Ward can pull or get it over that mid-wicket fielder.
Pittman is in, and he's looking to get it over that mid-wicket region. Doesn't make contact. The ball hits him on the inner thigh.
Yeah, that was the ball that would have gotten him 4 runs if he connected into the pitch, as I would have said from William Pittman. Seems to be an off-pace delivery.
Yeah, he was just a little bit anxious. Played early for that one. Let's see. Pittman begins to move in once more. Pittman is in. And Ward is hitting this one in the air. Out to that mid-wicket region. And he's dropped. So they're coming back for the second run. Is Tesfa Ward, and thought of the overthrow, but no, he will want to be on strike.
Yeah, this is what I would have been saying. He doesn't need to try to hit it for 6. There's so many acres out there. He tried to hit it a bit too hard, got a top edge.
Yeah, looks as if it's Adonai Ali who is out there.
Yes. He has 3 balls, 14 needed for what may be a magnificent 100.
Here is he trying to flick on the inside. The ball has gone past the wicket keeper. They should be up and down. They come back for 2. Did he get a touch? Let's see.
Run signal.
Run is a signal. So.
And the 100-run partnership is brought up between Zachary Buchanan and Tesfa Ward. That is a magnificent achievement. 65 the contribution by Tesfa Ward, and 30 by Zachary Buchanan.
Here is Pittman, and Ward is swinging and missing. So in this one, they won't be able to remember the name in terms of 3 6s.
I'll remember the name nonetheless.
But Tesfa Ward has played really well for his 88 of 93 so far, with just 1 delivery to go. Maybe should just try and bat not out.
But is this the first 100-run partnership of the tournament?
Well, we'll have to find out. But it probably could be. Here is he getting a full toss. And does it bowl him? He was trying to swing that one. Looks as if he was bowled. Let's just have a look. He's looking at the umpire. He thought that one was above waist height. Was it? No. Just coming down, dipping at that last moment, crashing into the stumps. So Tesfa Ward bowled off the final delivery of the innings, looking to go for a big swing. And the Jamaicans, they have ended on 240 for 6. Ward bowled for 88.
Yes, brilliant innings by Jamaica and by Tesfa Ward. Brilliant supporting role played by Zachary Buchanan, the captain. 30 off of 52. A partnership that resulted in Jamaica getting to 240 for 6, a commanding total. And it's left to be seen if the Leeward Islands can chase down that score out here in Bald Beef, Liberta.
So 240 for 6 the Jamaicans made off their 50 overs, which means that when we resume in about 40 minutes or so, the Leeward Islands, they will need 241 for victory. Congratulations to Tesfa Ward, who retired hurt early on 15, but came back to get a top score of 88 for the Jamaicans. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have the reply of the Leeward Islands to 240 for 6 on 50 overs made by the Jamaicans. Stay tuned.
Welcome to our coverage of round 3 of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars on the 15 Championship. Jamaica versus Leeward Islands at Liberta Ball Beef. Jamaica batted first, sent in by the Leeward Islands, and they scored 240 for 6 in their 50 overs, led by Tesfa Ward, making 88. And now Leeward Islands are starting their innings, requiring 241 for victory. Here we see number 29.
Yeah, and he's dropped. So, just waving the bat outside the off stump there. It looks to be Powell. Almost looking as if he was trying to pull out of that one. The edge was found. But wicketkeeper Price, is that Price? Llewayne Price? Yes, Llewayne Price. Sprawling to his right. Just couldn't get the ball to stick in his gloves. Easy Connie Robinson. And again, Powell almost looks as if he's pulling out of those strokes. But on that occasion, he got good bat onto that one. Into the offside field, no run.
Yeah, seems an unorthodox technique by Clevante Powell. Well, this is Kylan Woods on strike.
We'll just confirm. Outside the off stump, beaten once again. Yeah, so it's Woods who is on strike. So the two wicket keepers listed on the paper, opening the batting for the Leeward Islands. E. Robinson with a beautiful delivery. That one beat him all ends up.
Yeah, brilliantly bowled by Connie Robinson to the young Powell. Full length, it looks to be swinging away. And again, this strange leave and I'm not sure what I'm not sure about it.
Kylan Woods. Here is he facing. And he's bowled. So Robinson strikes in the first over right up to Kylan Woods. And he missed it completely. Off stump knockback. Leeward Islands losing their first wicket without a run on the board. Kylan Wood bowled by Connie Robinson. And Jamaica, they're happy getting their first wicket without a run on the board.
Yeah, beautiful delivery by Connie Robinson. All props to him, but the young Woods didn't seem comfortable at all. Didn't get the feet moving at all. Just kind of having a prod at it. No feet, no head, no shoulders in line with the ball, and it cannons in to off stump. Quite convincing, the dismissal, Connie Robinson. After the first over, Leeward Islands 0 for 1.
So Kian Macau comes in at number 3 for the Leeward Islands with the number 8 on his back. And 241 is what the Leeward Islands need, and the Jamaicans would be very happy with that start. Opportunity for them to have a good showing.
Yeah, very good first over by Connie Robinson. A wicket maiden to start, if there's ever a better start to an innings for a defending team. Here we see from the pavilion end, number 12, Plummer, into the attack.
Yeah, so Wayne Plummer opening the bowling for the Jamaica on the 15. So here is Plummer. This one is on the hips of Powell and he flecked it over square leg for 4.
Yeah, powerful shot there. He's not allowing young Wayne Plummer to settle at all. First ball, straying onto the leg side, and a flamboyant flick past backward square leg for 4. What a way to start the innings for Clavante Powell.
Yeah, good start this for Powell.
Still an attacking field in for Wayne Plummer. 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, and a third man. The plan seems to be to bowl on the off stump or just around off stump and get him driving.
They're trying to use Powell's strength. Powell seems to be strong off the back foot. Understand that he loves to play the ball square of the wicket. This is Plummer. Much too wide for Powell to be interested. No run. As a matter of fact, a 1 given for a wide. So 2 slips. There is a gully. There's also a man at more of a backward point position. And the third man. So definitely they're not planning to be bowling leg side. Here is Plummer. And again, he's not sticking to the plan. Straight on the legs of Powell, who just flicked this one down to the fine leg region for 4.
Yeah, a wayward start so far by Wayne Plummer. Once again, I guess looking for the swing, straying onto the pads, the ball just straightening, and with no fine leg fielder in place, it has all free range to stroll to the boundary. 9 for 1 within the first 2 overs. Quite an entertaining start to the innings of Leeward Islands.
And Powell plays one. Could possibly have been a single, but Macau just leaning on his bat, not interested. Thought that one going forward of square when the fielder is backward of square should have been an easy single. The fielder probably looks like a right hand as well, having to run around it to pick up. But
correct.
Macau is leaning on his bat. Now he's looking for a single that's not there. This one is driven up to mid-off. This one is whipped away into the square leg region. They come back for 2. Good running in the end by Powell, motoring back for a second run.
Yes, after 2 eventful first overs, the Leeward Islands 11 for 1. Coney Robinson continuing from the police station end.
So Clavante Powell is from St. Kitts, playing for the Leeward Islands. And Kian Macau from St. Martin. So St. Martin and St. Kitts. And when we look at Kylan Woods is also from St. Kitts in this team. His delivery is played quietly. Back on the inside by Macau, no run. Down the leg side by Robinson wide call, and it beats the wicket keeper as well, and down to the boundary for 4. So Connie Robinson's radar just got a little bit wayward there, and giving away 5 runs to the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, looking for a glory delivery there for a young Robinson, trying to start that on leg stump and have it swing past the batsman to hit the off stump. But it's just to stay disciplined for the young bowler. Continue hitting your line and lengths.
Didn't swing on that occasion here. Is he in? Short of a length. Macau just thought about playing and then pulled out right at the end.
Yeah, that's more so the length he should be looking to bowl. Young.
So Barbados on the 15 made 158 or 44 overs. And in reply, Trinidad, they 57 for 4. Macau gets off the mark. Gets his first run, just down to the fine leg region as again. Connie Robinson is just a little bit leg-sided in his bowling. Jordan Julian is not out on 29. So, the batters out so far, Gangu, Pollard, Zion Phillips, and Davis Guerra. Here is he pulling at one and in the air, and is out caught. As he's thinking that that one hit him on the helmet. But the umpire has given him out. So, let's just have a look at that one again. That one seems as if it... Let's just have a look. We'll just wait again. Just have a look carefully on the replay. But he's looking pretty disgruntled with himself because he's thinking that that one crashed into his helmet. Let's look. Yeah, that looks as if it was all helmet there. Looks as if it got past the bat. But umpire gave him out, so he's back in the pavilion, and he's looking pretty unhappy about that. It was a short delivery, and just look, missed the bat. Yeah, straight into the helmet, went up into the air, and so he should feel aggrieved by that one. Not the best of decisions we've seen by the umpire.
Yeah, we're not too sure up here in the commentary box as to whether or not he would have gotten faint inside edge. That's left to be seen. And the umpire's out in the middle.
I like your balance. I like the way that you protect everyone. But he's back in the pavilion, caught behind off Connie Robinson is Powell, and Jathan Edward has come out to join Kian Macau. So Leeward Islands 17 for 2 in the third over. Here is Robinson, short of a length, and Jathan Edwards just steers this one into the gully region. No run.
Yes, a very eventful power play so far indeed. 2 wickets, 17 runs, 2 boundaries scored already. And I think we just need to settle here. The Leeward Islands just need a steady hand to guide them through. 2 wickets already down. As we see Connie Robinson just
missing his run.
Yeah,
just pulling out of that one. And in the other game that's also playing, Guyana got 288 for 7 of their 50 overs. Here is he driving Edwards in the air, but past the man at extra cover and into the boundary for 4.
Yes, beautifully put away by Jathan Edward. It was a full toss, outside the off stump. Just about on the waist high, maybe mid-thigh high. And he caressed it, or rather smashed it, over extra cover for 4. The score moves on to 21 for 2. That's better than the required run rate here at the Leeward Islands, but they're losing wickets in the power play.
They are losing wickets, but they've had the opportunity to score some boundaries. For Guyana, it's Loma Sicharan. He carried his bat, opening batsman, not out on 93 of 129 deliveries, faced with 11 fours in his innings. And Reyes Latif was not out on 48 at the end as well there for Guyana, with Richard Ramdahal making 59. He's the captain as well for Guyana. This is Plummer with the start of his second over, played away into the offside field by, is that Macau? Kian Macau? No run. 21 for 2. So the run rate is good for the Leeward Islands, but they have lost 2 crucial wickets. Here is this delivery that is played away into the offside field.
Yeah, just looked to have pulled out of the pull shot there. He was priming up to pull and rocked onto the back foot quickly, but it wasn't there, so he just fended it off to the mid-off fielder. A very attacking field by the Jamaicans. With 2 wickets down, they're looking to prize a few more.
Here we watch, and he's looking to pull. They're going to get a single in the end, as the fielder at that square leg position was just a little bit slow off the mark. The ball left the bat in the air from Macau, fell short of that fielder at square leg, and they're able to rush through for the 22nd run of the innings. But just going back to that delivery for that dismissal of Powell, that was a good bouncer though.
Yes, I've not seen a lot throughout this tournament, but that was exceptionally lined.
Yeah.
It was at a decent height, rising.
And a decent pace, because it really rushed past Powell. Umpire adjudged that he got a faint edge onto his helmet. And so he's back in the pavilion, but that was good, aggressive, fast bowling from young Ikani Robinson. He looks one for the future, looks a sharp bowler at this under 15 stage already.
Yes, and I must give my commendations to the groundsmen as well, headed by former West Indies cricketer Kenneth Benjamin, and with some assistance from Rakeem Cornwall. The pitches out here at Ball Beef Liberta have been exceptional, offering enough for the bowlers while allowing the batsmen to score.
Seem to like them, especially like Robinson. Remember in that very first game. Ball him! Jathan Edwards is bowled, was trying to play this one into the mid-wicket region. Missed it completely, and he has to go. Plummer gets his man, Jathan Edwards, bowled by Plummer.
Yeah, just beaten by the swing there. Young Jathan Edwards. Plummer with a kind of a round arm action is going to primarily get the ball to shape away from the right-handed batsman. And it was full enough to get onto the bat of Jathan Edwards, forcing him to try and play into the leg side when the ball swung back, hitting middle and off.
So Jack Nathanes, who is the Leeward Islands captain, probably coming in much sooner than he would have expected. Just 4 overs bowled, and he's already into the crease, batting at number 5. So Leeward Islands, we can safely say they're in trouble.
Yes, a bit of trouble here for the Leeward Islands, losing most of their top order, with Jaquan Athenaeus, the captain of the Leeward Islands, having a lot to do to save his team and guide them towards victory. Still ahead of the required run rate is the Leeward Islands. If this could be maintained throughout the rest of the innings, it should be a comfortable victory. But wickets are running out for the Leeward Islands. We have Ikoni Robinson continuing from the police station end. He is just making a minor adjustment to the field, letting the fine leg come a little straighter as Macau faces up.
He's in now to Macau. Macau should get runs here, gets it forward of square and into the boundary for 4. So that one was badly lined by Ikoni Robinson, just on or about the leg stump. And Edwards with a flick shot, or just getting it past the umpire and that fielder who was at backward square, and it ran into the forward square leg boundary for 4.
Well, it's a very peculiar situation in how this innings has turned out so far.
Here is he pulling at one, gets it down to the fine leg region, should get another single, does. Yeah, it's runs or wickets.
Yes, they're either scoring or they're getting out. It's very peculiar indeed. I just think that there should be a steady guiding hand by the coaches just to let them know to calm down a bit, kind of slow down the game so they can breathe. First things first, yes, there's wickets falling around you, so what's important for young Macau now is somebody to just have offer some words, some calming words so that it could calm down and bat through the innings.
Athenes faces his first delivery, plays defensively for Robinson to field, no run.
Yes, solid defense there by the captain, Jaquan Athenes. Just coming forward and negotiating it quite well, letting Ikoni Robinson know maybe a few words may have been exchanged. You know, the things that people say to rile up bowlers, up your pace. Maybe that was said. Who knows?
This is Robinson. Yorker length delivery. Jaquan Athenes is equal to it. No run. If you're enjoying the coverage, it's 360. That is streaming these under 15 matches on behalf of WICB in the Rising Stars under 15 championship. And today we're watching Leeward Islands versus Jamaica. Athenes is looking to pull just maybe a little bit earlier. That one not coming through as quickly as he might have expected. And so, in the end, no run. But you can also follow streams coming from CCG today and ARG.
Yes, it really warms my heart to see cricket back at ARG again after a long hiatus. The history
continues just to be defensive. The end of the over has come up at the end of it. Leeward Islands needing 241 for victory. They're 27 for 3.
Yes, very interesting indeed. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, what I was saying, very interesting indeed. The West Indies are home against Australia. The 25th of June to the 28th of July will see the West Indies take on Australia in 3 tests and 5 T20 internationals. The first test set to be bowled off in Bridgetown, Barbados at the Kensington Oval. So get your tickets at www.windiescricket.com.
Macau is going to get runs here. He's pulling into the mid-wicket region. They rush back for 2. So 2 runs to him as Wayne Plummer continues from the southern end, the commentary box end. You seem to get fuller energy when you read that flyer there from WICB, and it says fuller energy.
Yes, just relaying the feelings that you're going to feel at these matches. 5 T20 internationals, some in St. Kitts, some in Jamaica, I think. You know, I can imagine there's nothing short of entertainment when West Indies play a T20.
Plummer is in, and driving is Macau. Straight to the field at extra cover, no run.
Yes, a lot of bottom hand in that shot there. Hitting it well with good contact, but no run nonetheless.
Here is he. He's going to get runs here. Might just get a boundary too. As Plummer just straying on the leg side and just easing it down to that long leg position was Macau. Didn't try to overhit it, just guided the ball on its way. And Boyd, Siobhan Boyd, was just chasing to retrieve there. So they're now going to send that man back on the boundary at deep square leg. So they have third man and deep square leg out. Here is Plummer. Played quietly on the offside field, no run.
Well, this is an interesting choice of field. For a young fast bowler, bowling without a fine leg seems to indicate to me that you'd be looking to bowl outside the off stump, but he's primarily been bowling wicket to wicket. So maybe
6-3 field he has. And he's trained this time on the leg stump. Macau gets a lot of baton to it. Ball ballooned up into the air, allowing the fielder who is down at that long leg position just to come around field, just a single. Jacquan Athanez, the Leeward Islands captain. I don't want to put the curse on him because I was about to comment on the fact that he's not had a good time with the bat so far. This is his opportunity. He has lots of overs to bat. He's turning one. It left the bat in the air. Might have just been a little bit nervous at that time, but it fell well short of the fielder in that straight mid-wicket position, and no run. Extras are 6 overs, 6:34 for 3. The Leeward Islands need 241 for victory.
yeah, this seems like a tall order here with 7 wickets in hand. Jacquan Athanez and Kian Macau have a lot of work to do to guide Leewards into a strong position. They could take a lot from the Jamaica innings with the partnership of Lloyd and Ward, and with Lloyd and Buchanan as well, the captain. Partnerships, build some partnerships, get some confidence going, and he'll take it from there. I've just seen the Jamaican coach give his bowler a directive. I'm not going to say what it is, I'm just going to let the stream tell the story.
Runs here for Athanez as that one is just pulled up just inside the boundary. Umpire asking if it had carried. So
yeah, lovely shot there by Macau. He seems to be very strong off of his legs. Just pulling or forcing the ball in between mid-wicket and square leg.
Outside the line of the off stump from Robinson. Through to the wicket keeper, no run. When those deliveries are outside the off stump, Macau just tends to put the bat at it rather than you see his feet going towards those deliveries. He just tends to stand up in the crease and just look to put the bat there. Maybe just something that the coaches could look at. Another sharp bumper called wide by the umpire.
He's hitting the pitch hard for that bouncer there. I heard it from all the way up here.
I like him.
He really hit the pitch hard with that delivery.
I like him. I like his aggressive nature, his style of bowling.
Reminds me of a young Alzari Joseph.
Yeah, young, raw, fast bowling here from Connie Robinson. Here's in. Edging, caught at slip. Yes, he's gotten his man.
That is a beautiful plan coming together by Jamaica and Ikoni Robinson. The 1-2 trick, the tale as old as time in cricketing terms. Sharp bouncer followed by the full length delivery. Good length between the 4 and 6 meters, just leaving the batsman a little bit. Found the outside edge, down to first slip. Number 8 takes that catch there. Who's number 8? Jaden Shaw. And that is a perfect execution of a plan coming together for Jamaica. And the Leeward Islands slip into what I can firmly say is a spot of trouble. 37.
And again, if we just look at that one, just not moving his feet, almost just jabbing the bat at that one, and genuine edge taken, good catch taken too at that first slip position. And the Jamaicans have all the right to be happy how they set up Macau, and the execution was just as good, and the catching was excellent.
I was just about to say that
Shaw.
That could have easily been grasped, but he took a good grab in the end, and Leeward Islands reeling 37 for 4.
We only not over number 7, so in terms of the run rate, Leewards are good, but they're just losing wickets at regular intervals.
Yeah, and the plan really came together, as I'll share with you, the spectators and supporters watching the stream. I saw the Jamaican coach just indicating to his bowler, Coney Robinson, head high, head high. He said no words. He just gave me the indication around the neck. And we got that, which was considered a wide, and then he followed up with a full-length delivery in the right area. But here we see Caris Farrell at the wicket facing his first ball. And is just defended a bit early. Maybe expecting a short ball, seeing of his stature is not the tallest.
And if to be intimidating, Connie Robinson walks right down in front of young Farrell to pick the ball up. Almost reminds me of the days when Patrick Patterson was in his heyday.
Well, this is giving me nightmares because I was no taller than Caris Farrell at these ages, and Alzari Joseph would have been 18 or 19, and he had no remorse for our young selves at 12 and 13.
Robinson is probably striving a little bit too much, just pushing that one down the leg side, was aiming for the Yorker, wide called by the umpire.
Yeah, it's just to stay disciplined now for Coney Robinson. Yes, your tail is up. You've already got 3 wickets already, but no need to go overboard. Just continue with the plan.
But can you blame him? Do you think that, you know, when you really check it out? Ooh, that's a good delivery.
That's what he should be bowling. Just stay there. Stay there. You can always bowl a short ball every once in a while. We've seen that you bowled 2 good short balls already, one hitting one on the batsman's helmet and one being called a wide, but that is the length that you should revert back to outside of the short ball. I would say that of his opening spell so far, yes, he's gotten wickets, but he's been a bit erratic.
I don't mind erratic. Edging past the slip on the bounce down to the third man boundary for 4. I don't mind the erratic nature because I think that he's trying to be aggressive as a fast bowler, and at this under 15 stage, when you see somebody trying to be aggressive like that, I would encourage it any day. I would prefer him to be a little bit erratic but just as aggressive. End of the over though has come up, 42 for 4. The batsman there in Farrell got a fortuitous boundary, one that came off the edge, bounced before it got to Shaw at slip and went down to third man for 4. Those are always hard for the fielders because those balls come off of the edge very quickly, and when they're going to bounce to you, you don't know whether take evasive action or to. It's just always difficult. So
Agreed. But I'm rooting for this young one here, Caris Farrell. He reminds me of myself. Diminutive in stature, but that does not devalue his ability. But Jaquan Athanaze and Caris Farrell have a lot to do here. 42 for 4. They're in keeping with the run rate, yes. If anything, they're scoring faster than required. But as we would have mentioned, losing wickets at regular intervals. Here we see number 16, Peters, replacing Wayne Plummer.
Dondre Peters is the bowler.
Yes, correct. Number 16, Dondre Peters, replacing Wayne Plummer from the pavilion end.
That was a good shot by Athanaze, and unfortunately no run. The bowler getting his boot down, stopping that one, but that was a nice straight drive played there by Jaquan Athanaze.
Yes, I've never a fan of bowlers stopping the ball with their boot. I'm always concerned about ankles and toes and insteps, but they do it nonetheless for their team. But good shot by Jaquan Athanaze.
Athanaze again, just trying to go scrape the wicket, can't get his first run, so he's now faced 7 deliveries. He's yet to get off the mark. A lot of the times, those boot down, they are just reflex action.
Agreed.
And then they feel the consequences after. Because that hard ball coming back into your boot cannot be comfortable. Had some perspective during the break as the discussion continues, and a very good question came up while I was getting some perspective. What happens after this tournament? What happens with these players? After we've seen them at the under 15 level, we've seen them in the tournament. What happens between now and the next time we see them? How do we see them, especially those who are coming back for another year? Are they coming back the same? Are they coming back improved? What is the takeaway? How do the coaches respond after this tournament? Here is Peters, again driven, but eventually sent back. Athanaze sending back Farrell. The ball is coming straight to field at mid-on, no run.
Well, to answer your question from my experience and anecdotal evidence, usually after these tournaments, especially in the Easter vacation, they're going to go back to school and sit their end of term exams. And after that, in terms of cricket, not much cricket will be played for a lot of them, except for the select few who may go back and play some community cricket or club cricket as it's referred to in other countries.
But that's the situation in Antigua. But would that be the situation in all the countries? So maybe some of the folks who are listening to us can tell us what obtains in your part of the world when the under 15 is finished. What type of tournaments do you have in your country, or what sort of development program do you have to continue the development of these players? Athanaze is going to get his first boundary straight through that fielder at that mid-on position, but it was a short delivery with not much pace on it from Dondre Peters, and Athanaze hit it fairly well. It went to the fielder, not doing well with the long barrier, and the ball went right through him and into the long-on boundary for 4.
Yeah, not really short by Dondre Peters. Just a bit back of the length, but Jaquan Athanaze was onto it in an instant, picking up the length quickly and sending his hands through the ball. And a bit unlucky by Peters that...
And our good friend Rajay down the leg side, called wide. So wide is the call by the umpire.
But yes,
Rajay Magichi, he's the one that ball went straight through, and he has a big, strong frame, so they would expect a lot better from him at that position. Athens is quiet. Plays this one back along the pitch to his own ball, for the bowler to field his own ball in to end another over. 48 for 4 in 8 overs. So in terms of power play, this would be a good power play score for the Leeward Islands, but just that they've lost 4 wickets.
Yes, definitely. They've been losing wickets regularly while still maintaining their run rate of just about 6 runs and over. I mean, there has to be some balance between scoring opportunities and just tempering the aggression a bit. But as it stands, it seems like Captain Jaquan Athenes has found that balance.
Down the leg side from Robinson, his first delivery. And there are quite a few folks who like his raw nature and his enthusiasm, and just the fact that he's running in and bowling fast and aggressive. And some folks says his mechanics looks pretty good too. So this is Farrell facing up, and delivery that is a stifled appeal from Ikani Robinson. So that one went into the pads of Farrell, no run. Farrell, a little steely player, short in stature, but does not seem to be overrode by the pace or anything of Ikani Robinson. He's standing up there facing him. And I'm sure he would love for Ikani Robinson to bowl something in his half. As he would certainly, I'm sure, looking to be crashing him somewhere through the cover region. Farrell faces. This is Robinson. And just easing back and steering it into the offside field and getting a run. It's Farrell. He rehearses a more aggressive stroke, but on that occasion, just one.
Doesn't seem fazed by the pace at all, young Farrell. That's a good thing. Looks to be practicing a ramp shot or a steer, but that may be very risky, seeing that there's 2 slips and a gully waiting.
Yeah. But he's just probably thinking that at some point Robinson is going to bowl him short. He's just thinking, you know what, if I can just even just get a touch onto one of those, steer it over the slips, I'll get a boundary. Athenes is half forward and playing positively to Ikani Robinson into the offside field, no run. Jaquan Athenes on 4 of 11 deliveries.
Yes, I think what's going through the young captain's mind is that he's going to have to bat through the innings to steer his team home, kind of tempering his aggression a bit.
He's going square of the wicket and again through the fielder there at point and into the boundary for 4. Not a good bit of fielding there coming from the Jamaica fielder at that point position. Jaquan Athenes hitting the ball to him and again right through him. I'm wondering who is the maker of those pants for Jamaica. They seem to have some sort of strain through them. The balls pass through those legs pretty easily.
Could it be McGeechee again? Is it McGeechee again?
No, it's not my good friend McGeechee.
I'm not convinced.
Athenes is flicking one into the mid-wicket region again. This time it's going to run for 4. Good shot.
Yeah, good shot there by the young Jaquan Athenes, just biding his time, seeing himself in. And now he's got 2 boundaries back to back. Just over pitching was the young Ikoni Robinson, getting onto the legs there. And as with any good top order batsman, you can play off your legs well. And with a vacant mid wicket, he capitalizes and gets 4.
So Robinson is in, and Athens wants a quick single sent back by Farrell, and rightly so.
Well, in all of our conversation, we have forgot to tell the viewers that the 50 has come up in quick time for the Leeward Islands, 58 for 4 at the end of 9 overs with 1 over left in the power play.
So good in terms of runs, but the wickets don't match for the Leeward Islands. 58 for 4. It was Elliott, Alexandre Elliott, that was the fielder that ball went through. So 58 for 4. So it's Alexandre Elliott with the number 4 on his back that ball went through. So he would want to do better the next time around. Dandre Peters fires one down the leg side. Farrell just watches it go by, picks up the extra run wide, signaled by the umpire.
Yeah, I mean, today's pitch seems to be a good one. It's easy to score, but it's still just as important to value your wicket. Jaquan Athanaze, after facing 9 dot balls or 10 dot balls, is now 12 off of 15.
Yeah, has 3 boundaries so far. As they steal a quick single, Athanaze just having to put on his sprinting boots there on that occasion. And he's a decent sprinter. If you saw him in his school's sports day, the under 15 level, he was winning the 100-meter at that event there. And so he has a decent sprinting ability, does Jaquan Athanaze. Here we watch. He gets a delivery from Dandre Peters that he's just coming forward and playing quietly back along the pitch. No run.
It seems to me that Jaquan Athanaze has a lot more time than all of the other batsmen for how he is defending off of the front foot. So far from Ikoni Robinson and Plummer, who has been giving so many issues to the batsman, seems like he just has a bit more time than the rest of them. Maybe in a different class altogether. Hopefully we can see if he could steer his team to at least close to or over the line today.
Looks solid what I've seen so far from Jaquan Athanaze against this bowling. What he has done well is that he has put away the bad deliveries that he has been given. Even though 2 of the boundaries was with assistance from the fielders, a bit of poor fielding. He's playing another good-looking shot off the back foot, punching this one out to deep cover for a single. So 61 for 4 in over number 10 to end the power play. Farrell is getting this one past the backward point position. Should look to come back for a second. Gets back easily. In the end, 2 more to him, 2 more to the total. 63 for 4 it goes up to. .26 the current partnership between Farrell and Athanaze so far. And again, just down the leg side from Dandre Peters. And interestingly, Peters is not listed as one of the pace options for the Jamaica team. We have Robinson, Plummer, Shaw, and that's listed, that's playing today. Played quietly into the offside field from Farrell. Should bring up the end of another over. At the end of it, 64 for 4. The target is 241 after Jamaica made 240 for 6.
West Indies versus Australia, the 25th of June to the 20th of July. Here we see a change in bowling after the power play. Number 43, Andrew Lloyd, into the attack.
And just to bring folks, especially in the Leeward Islands, up to date on the Leeward Islands Under 19 Championship that's going on, the semi-final stage. Antigua Barbuda playing Nevis in that encounter. Nevis 101 all out. And Antigua, they're currently 87 for 1. So, Antigua and Barbuda looking as if they're going to go past Nevis after they were defeated by Nevis in their first encounter. Now at the semi-final stage, 88 for 1. Zavik Toppin is not out on 51. And Jose Roberts, he is on 21 for the Antigua and Barbuda team. Tanes Francis is the man out. He was LBW. Amari Jones for 7. So Antigua and Barbuda now just needing 12 runs for victory to get into that finals in the Leeward Islands under 19 championships.
Well, congrats to Antigua and Barbuda in their progression. So much so to the final of the Leeward Islands under 19 tournament. But we're here back at Ball Beef Liberta, seeing the introduction of Andrew Lloyd. And what is going to be an interesting test here is to see if the spinners would be able to restrict or reduce the run scoring of Leeward Islands, to see how they would navigate this period of play.
So we'll see how Andrew Lloyd goes about it. 64 for 4 is the total. Athens is on 13. Kyrese Farrell is on 8.
And it's a double change here for the Barbados team, for the Jamaica team, sorry. Number 4 into the attack, Alexandre Elliott from the pavilion end. And Leeward Islands, 64 for 4. Runs wise, they're comfortably in front, requiring just 177 from 234 deliveries. So time is not an issue, but the wickets remain to be an area of concern for the Leeward Islands throughout the tournament.
Farrell getting the first delivery. From Elliott, left arm around the wicket. And just a stifled appeal for delivery that's clipping the pads, probably just on about the leg stump, going down. Elliott is in again, just having Farrell covering up. Delivery down the leg side, called wide belatedly by the umpire. I was just wondering. Farrell is going to get a easy single, just forcing this one through the offside field. Umpire just tends to take his time about things, thinks about it. For a moment there, I thought the bowler had gotten away with that wide delivery. And then belatedly the signal came. Athens is facing up now to Elliott. And Elliott with a strange kind of approach, almost looking like if it's a stop-start approach, and then he just walks in, just walks, and then just almost pauses, and then he's in. Short of a length delivery. Just played up on the inside. Shouts of no from Jacqueline Athens, and there is no run. So 66 for 4 after that Alexandre Elliott over.
Yes, an interesting passage of play here now for the two teams. The spinners, Alexandre Elliott and Andrew Lloyd, looking to reduce the amount of runs being scored.
Some folks in the discussion that we were having as they get a single here for Farrell, were suggesting that they need not play the one-day format at the under 15. That maybe they could play overs, but they could play maybe over a 2-day period. What say you? Which would give those players who are not ODI or limited over inclined, the opportunity to bowl longer spells, to see somebody like an Ikani Robinson come in for a third spell and see what he looks like. That kind of situation.
Well, my suggestion would be not limited. You're going to have two formats. You'd have a limited overs and an unlimited overs format if it's spread across 2 days or 3 days. But I personally think that that may be a lot of strain on some young bodies at this stage in the under 15. I mean, if you're going to play a 2 day, you could. And
suggestion was probably 65 overs in the day. Start the games a little later, maybe like 11:30, so that they're not in the field from 9 a.m. until 5 p.m., but they start a little later, which would reduce the workload. All possibilities, and I like the fact that all ideas are able to contend. 68 for 4, the total is. So the spinners, they've slowed up the scoring somewhat for the Leeward Islands, as they really had a very good power play. It was 64 runs in the power play, probably one of the better power plays we've had in this tournament.
Here we see Alexandre Elliott continuing from the pavilion end.
Just examine Alexandre's Elliott's approach for me. Here is Athenes hitting this one over the top of mid-off and into the long off boundary for 4. Was pitched up to him and he just went through with the shot, hit it deliberately over the top of the fielder who was up at mid-off and into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, brilliant shot there from young Athenes. Alexandre over pitching outside the off stump, and with long off in, it's a very low risk shot to get some runs.
If you check, Alexandre starts with a little jog and then breaks into a walk before he delivers. Just look at it here. A little jog, and then he walks in for the last few paces. So gets all of his energy from his arms, nothing really from the run-up. Alexandre Elliott. Left arm slow bowler. Just look, he jigs in and then just breaks into a walk. This one is down the leg side, gets past the wicket keeper and runs down into the fine leg region. They come back for 2 to add to what we expect the umpire to signal as wide, yes. So Llewayne Price having a little bit of a rough day today. Seems to be a rough day for wicket keepers behind the stumps.
Yes, most definitely. So far, I haven't seen any dropped catches from Jamaica.
Here's he striking him on the pad. Loud appeal is out. Leg before.
Trapped in front, the young Carice Farrell. Not happy with the umpire's decision. Let's have another look at it here. Around the wicket is Elliott. Looks to have been an arm ball. I see that index finger flicking. And yeah, that's an arm ball, definitely.
That hits him, looks as if hits him on the back pad. Right in front of the stumps. So I'm not too sure what Carice Farrell was disappointed about. If he's disappointed about his own, the fact that he didn't read it. Because that seems to be a fair decision in my eyes by the umpire. If we just have one more look at it. Just have a look at it.
Yeah, beaten all ends up by this arm ball from Prentice.
Yeah,
Angling it
pitching in, angled in. Looks as if it misses the bat, striking him on that back leg in front. So Farrell is back in the pavilion. LBW off the bowling of Alexandre Elliott. That brings out Demore Prentice to join his captain Jacqueline Athenes. At the crease, it's now 76 for 5 with just a delivery to go in over number 14.
So yeah, Alexandra Elliott breaking a budding partnership by the Leeward Islands. A partnership worth around 30 or 32, I believe. And a very important strike for Jamaica, which sees Demore Prentice coming in to bat in at number 7.
Prentice's first delivery is played quietly and no run. End of over number 14 has come up 76 for 5. The Leeward Islands, their captain is still there, 19 of 34 deliveries. Remember earlier test for Ward got 88 for Jamaica, 36 for Andrew Lloyd, Zachary Buchanan 30, and of course Rajay Magichi, he had 25 as well for the Jamaicans. So contributions all around for the Jamaicans in that innings of 240. Athenes is continuing to face Andrew Lloyd. So Lloyd, an off spinner into Athenes, and Athenes reaches forward and plays quietly, no run. Athenes has looked good for his 19 so far for the Leeward Islands. He'll be hoping for a lot more.
Yes, young Athenes is going to have to bat as deep as possible, take this game as deep as possible, and see where he can go from here, because he is running out of batting partners, as it were.
Again, just being defensive in this over. 5 dot balls so far from Lloyd. He's going to get at least one here. And should keep the strike. Jacqueline Athenes at the end of the over. At the end of it, 77 for 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are home this summer. The West Indies take on Australia in 3 tests and 5 T20 internationals, starting the 25th of June with the first test in Kensington Oval, Bridgetown, Barbados. They will be in Barbados, Grenada, St. Kitts and Jamaica throughout the duration of the series. So if you want tickets, www.windiescricket.com is the place to be.
No ball called by the umpire as Alexandre Elliott just overstepping on that occasion. And with this free hit delivery, Demore Prentice was trying to force it away, just get a single, didn't really time it well, got it out to the long run position, just one.
Very interesting of Alexander Elliott bowling the free hit delivery from behind the crease, almost next to the umpire.
Learning all the little tricks of the trade early on in their cricketing career.
Most definitely.
He continues to bowl to the Leeward Islands captain in Jacqueline Athenes.
I think what should be important now for the Leeward Islands is that they not get forced into a shell here. Still look to rotate the strike and pick up singles when they can.
They're going to get a single here, as this one is just played pleasantly out to the long off region. Jog through for another run. .81 for 5 is the total. Prentice is driving but can't beat the infield to end another over. At the end of 16 overs, Leeward Islands are 81 for 5. Scorecard there 2 for 61 and 2 for 34 there for Pittman and Andre Peters. Andre Peters, a tad expensive 9 overs for his 61 runs. At one point he was on a hat-trick. Especially that second wicket in the where he really dragged the Jamaican batsman out of his crease in Llewellyn Price. That was a beauty. Athenes is, correction, Prentice is hitting this one into the offside field, and the batsman, the fielder, can't stop it. It goes into the extra cover boundary, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah, beautiful shot by Athenes.
Athenes.
A full toss by Andrew Lloyd, just over pitching there, and he just eased it through the cover region for 4. And this is the first boundary conceded by Andrew Lloyd after 3.1 overs, only going for 7 runs at an economy of less than 2.5.
He's been pretty decent up to now. But you tend to think that this is what Jacqueline Athenes needs to do. Just be patient and wait for the bad deliveries. Respect the good ones and then put away the bad ones. At this stage, with a big score, Leeward Islands need 241 for victory. What should Jacqueline Athenes be thinking? Do I bat and get a personal milestone, or do I really go after the run chase?
Well, no, what I think he should be doing currently is just looking to take the game as deep as possible. He shouldn't be worrying about scores or stats currently. Just bat for the team and take the game as deep as possible. Bat some time, bat some overs, and then you could reassess again at maybe 30 overs, 35 overs, because you've already had a pretty decent power play in terms of runs scored. So it's just to maintain throughout the middle overs, and then you can maybe have a reassessment at the second drinks break.
One punched away by Athenes. Some folks would argue that batting for yourself, getting a personal milestone, is just as good as batting for the team. Maybe not think about it too much, but just try to bat as long as possible, see how many runs he can get as well. He's in need of some runs in this tournament, because clearly from what we're seeing, we know that he has ability. He gets 2 more runs there on that occasion. 88 for 5 at the end of 17.
Yeah, this is good batting so far from Jaquan Athenes. Very patient. 28 off of 51 deliveries. Scoring doesn't seem to be an issue for him. Getting 7 out of that over previously. I think they just need to bat a bit of time. 17 overs gone, 88 for 5. Scoring, the run rate is healthy. Nothing too crazy from here on in. I just think that Demore Prentice has a job to play, just like Buchanan, and just support the batsman scoring.
Alexandre Elliott continues. Demore Prentice. Just 5 deliveries faced. He's on 1. He's trying to pace the infield with that one, but hitting it straight to the fielder. No run. So we've had good weather today. No sights of the ground staff. Last time we were here, Raheem Cornwall and Kenny Benjamin and co had a full day. The sight screen blowing all over, the covers to bring on rain around. But they were still able to get a full match in. And today, beautiful for cricket. Nice bright sunshine, no threat of rain immediately. The wind seemingly has died down as well. It's not as strong today as it was when we were last here on Thursday. So all settled down for a good day's cricket.
It's truly a beautiful day for cricket here in Ball Beef, Liberta.
And we're in some beautiful surroundings. And those 2 palm trees are just catching my eyes, because if you look at them in reference to the green background, they sort of have an aqua type color, quite strange.
Yeah, just a bit of contrast.
Artist's dream, they would call that.
Most definitely.
Those persons who are into art would be drawing a background like that, with that palm tree sticking out, almost like a sore thumb. Just adds to the beauty of where we are.
Most definitely. So here we see number 23 into the attack. Siobhan Boyd replacing Andrew Lloyd from the police station end.
And Jack Nathan is hitting that one pretty hard back to him. But no run. And Siobhan Boyd is flighting to Jack Nathanez. He's just driving that one, getting a single. We saw Boyd the last time we saw him here, wasn't afraid to flight the ball.
Yes, that's correct. He was bowling a very tempting line and length, bringing the batsman forward, but not giving them too much room to free their hands. And here we see
good delivery, leg spin delivery.
And here we see an example of that from a few days ago, getting it in that perfect length and letting the ball rip past the bat.
He's taking the edge of Prentice's bat, comes down to third man position, and the shout is 2. It's more of a deep point position, pretty wide. The batsmen were able to rush back for 2. Prentice. Prentice would be happy to see those full deliveries all day. He's just able to easily handle them and get a run down to third man to the long off position. Correction, long off. Boyd bowls one outside the line of the off stump. Jack when Athens just watches it as it spins into the gloves of the wicket keeper. No run, 91 for 5 after 19 overs. So the rate has come down a little bit for the Leeward Islands. They got off in terms of scoring to a bullet start, 54 runs in the power play, the first 10. But it has since slowed somewhat.
Yeah, the spin bowlers have really brought back the scoring, not giving them too many loose deliveries to capitalize on. And here we see the number 4 bowler,
Elliott
continuing.
And Demore Prentice continues.
Yes, this would be a lovely day to go to the beach. I hope everyone had a productive and safe and celebratory Easter or Good Friday into Easter Saturday.
Are you a beach lover?
I love the beach, but I don't like all the people at the beach. I prefer to find beaches that are quite secluded.
We have a lot to choose from. There are
Yes.
365 of them.
Most definitely.
I believe you like the secluded beaches because you go to the beaches for nefarious reasons. But we have to keep our eyes on you.
Not at all. Not at all. I am just one that likes to swim alone.
Oh, swim alone.
Correct. I don't like people coming and parking next to me.
That's your story and you're sticking to it.
Correct.
All
I
right.
shall not incriminate myself.
Here we watch as Alexandre Elliott is in. Funny thing is, if I go to the beach, I try to stay as far as possible from the water. Not a fan of the beach at all.
Quite ironic, an islander who doesn't prefer seawater, seeing that you're surrounded by it.
Seawater itches my skin, and I don't know why, so I try not to go into it unless I have to. But Elliott continues, and he ends another over. 92 for 5 at the end of 20.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, West Indies versus Australia will be home against the Aussies from the 25th of June to the 28th of July. 3 tests and 5 T20 internationals across Grenada, Barbados, Jamaica and St. Kitts. So get your tickets now at the official Cricket West Indies website, www.windiescricket.com. Here we see continuing from the police station end, number 23, Siobhan Boyd. And he's done it again, has he not? That's a beautiful delivery by Siobhan Boyd. Lovely flight, guile and flight, drawing the batsman forward. That foot looks to be coming out of the crease. Did he get back in time?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He got that foot down just in time before
Good cricket all around.
Llewellyn Price was able to flick the bails off. But again, just pulling Athens forward with that one. But Athens was very quick to get that boot back and down.
And this is what I would have wanted to see earlier from young Andre Peters, giving it a bit of flight, a bit of guile, allowing the ball to turn. Because as you can see, when you flight the ball on a full length, it causes the batsmen some problems. So
he's flighting to Prentice. Prentice is driving, no run.
Yeah, good disciplined bowling so far from Siobhan Boyd. Very accurate. Seems to be controlling the leg spin well. Just letting this one go is Demore Prentice. And very interestingly, a lot of the Jamaicans seem to be squeezing the Leeward Islanders in the field. Cover sweeper 3/4 off of the boundary. And so is the deep mid-wicket fielder. Not
I think they've
all the way back.
recognized that Prentice doesn't seem to be a big hitter. He's more of a nudger, somebody that is just looking to hit the ball into the space and get 1 and 2s. And so they recognize that they can squeeze him a little bit and probably just ease up some of these overs and put a little pressure on the Leeward Islands, dry up the runs a little bit, and see if they can force Demore Prentice or Jacqueline Athanas into a false stroke or into making a mistake. Athanas is on 30, Prentice is on 3. Leeward Islands, they are 93 for 5.
Yeah, the required run rate just rising above the current run rate as the spin bowlers for Jamaica put on the squeeze on the Leeward Islands batsmen. We see young Alexandre Elliott continuing from the pavilion end.
Just is just defensive with that first delivery. He's going to get a run here, Athanas. As again, he just drives pleasantly out to the long off region.
Yeah, all the time in the world for Jaquan Athanas. But a lot on his young shoulders. 147 runs required. 147 runs left for Leeward Islands to get.
But still 171 deliveries to get them in, so still a lot of batting in terms of time for Jacqueline Athanas to stay out there and see how deep he can take this match. Himself and Prentice.
Well, the pressure to score being put on him by Demore Prentice, as well as the need to bat the entire innings, is going to mean that there's a lot of responsibility on the young captain, Jaquan Athanas. After 22 overs, the Leeward Islands on the 15s and 94 for 5.
So both batters doing a lot better than they did in the last game. The last game, Jacqueline Athanas faced just 9 deliveries, made 3 runs, and Prentice was there for 16 deliveries, but he didn't score. So seems to be somebody that's not a basher. He's there for the long haul in Prentice. Athanas is again hitting this one into the offside field, and he gets a boundary.
Yes, a beautiful shot by Jaquan Athanas off of Siobhan Boyd. Siobhan Boyd just getting a bit too short and wide there, giving Jaquan Athanas enough time to rock back on the back foot and cut it into the gap for 4, beating the cover sweeper fielder.
That's McGeachie who was on that sweeper boundary. And the captain just switching him out with what seems to be Boyd. Just bringing McGeachie in a little to that point position and putting Boyd out on the boundary. But Athens was able to get another single.
On the short side is Siobhan Boyd.
Prentice playing an aggressive stroke there on that occasion.
Not being able to get the ball away. But there's some more urgency needed from Prentice. Even if he's rotating the strike, 3 off of 27 deliveries.
Boyd is beating the bat of Prentice.
Yeah, another good delivery. Spinning pass. The outside edge of Prentice. Siobhan Boyd bowling well. What is important now as a young leg spinner is just to continue being as consistent as possible. Work on your variations, your googlies, your sliders, your flippers if you have them. But again, solid bowling by Siobhan Boyd after 23 overs. Leeward Islands on to 15, 99 for 5.
So just a run before they get to that magical 3-figure mark of 100. And they are currently scoring at a rate of 4.3. 142 needed off 162 deliveries. Elliott is starting a new over. First delivery played quietly, no run. And when you check it out, runs required is still less than balls to go. Athens is steering this one down to a short third man position, gets an easy single.
And that single brings up the 100 runs for the Leeward Islands. 100 up for Leeward Islands, requiring a further 141 for victory.
Prentice continues to play quietly. Alexandra Elliott. Just 17 runs coming from his 6.5 overs so far.
Yeah, I'm just listening to or overhearing the Leeward Islands coach bellowing to Demora Prentice to play with more intent. And more intent is definitely needed. 3 off of 33 deliveries.
Yeah, he's pretty much unable to get the ball away. So he's just literally blocking the ball to the fielders, and the Jamaica on the 15 has recognized that, and they're just squeezing him. They're not giving him any room. Recognize that he's not one that is going to be hitting the ball over the top of anyone. Just seems to be one of those little nudgers around in Demora Prentice. And so they're keeping him firmly in check. Athens, though, is on 37. He too has faced quite a number of deliveries, 62 deliveries. But he gets those singles at will, does Athens, as he just works that one again out to long off for another single.
Yeah. I believe that at this point in time, it'd just be imperative for the young apprentice to just join his captain, or at least help out his captain a little bit by getting some singles and not forcing all the run scoring to be done by the captain. But so far, he's doing a job of staying there with his captain. So I guess it's working. But the run rate has slowed dramatically, all the way
Yes.
down to just above 4 runs and over.
Sometimes when you have a young player like Prentice that's trying to build an innings and the coach is shouting to him, play with intent, could mean something else in his brain. Just as I said, that's exactly what I expected him to do. He was going to try something and almost gave his wicket away. His catch is dropped by Connie Robinson, standing in that extra cover position. But sometimes at this stage here, telling somebody like Demore Prentice to play with intent is asking him to go outside of his natural game.
Well, no, I don't believe.
It's
So yes, we're back at Liberto in Antigua and Barbuda. Leeward Islands requiring 140 from the final 25 overs of their innings. And Jaquan Athene is not out on 38.
and those who are not following the other games, Trinidad and Tobago making heavy weather of the 158 made by Barbados. They're currently 115 for 9. Dylan Lee Chow and Sanjeev Bachu at the crease for Trinidad, the final pair. So we will see if that final pair can hold on and push the total close to that Barbados total of 158, or if Barbados, even though they've made a small score, would be able to defend it. This delivery is driven up on the inside.
But yes, just to clarify as to the topic of intent. Intent does not necessarily mean to be unnecessarily aggressive, trying to play outside of your game. Intent could just mean looking to score and being positive. As I would have been mentioning, intent in just steering the ball into a gap to get a single, as to take some of the pressure off of your captain.
But I know that's what it means, and we understand that's what the coach means. But from the shot that we saw Demore Prentice play, after that was shot to him about 2 or 3 times by the coach, he lifted his head and went into a drive, something that we haven't seen him do for the day, and hit the ball to Ikani Robinson, who was just jumping at that extra cover position, couldn't hold on to the catch. But to a young under 15 player, sometimes, saying batting with intent and the frustration that they're probably feeling, it might mean something else in their brain. Athanasis is driving, but just a single, good, strong, left-handed throw.
Well, yes, I agree that the young minds may interpret it differently, but nonetheless, even if there is some miscommunication, there at least should be some water, or someone of the reserve players would be on the field.
These
Just
days,
relay
it doesn't
some
work as
information.
easily. Umpires tend to send those players off. Not sure why, though. if the rules have changed, because I've seen it several times where players have gone on with bottles of water and towel and so on, and halfway on the umpires asking them to go back off the field.
Well, I think that you may be referencing specifically red ball cricket towards the end of the day's play, where we're just trying to take a little extra time to ensure that the overs aren't bowled or until light.
I think the umpires need to keep out of that. That's just a personal opinion. I think that all that is a part of gamesmanship, is a part of the whole intrigue of cricket. And I believe when umpires try to get in, for me it's not a positive. I don't have a positive feeling about it when I see maybe a coach or a captain sending out an instruction, trying to, get a message across, and halfway through the umpires are telling the reserve player to go back off the field and that kind of thing. It's just, for me, a little bit different. But we're going to have a break. We're going to take a drinks break at this stage. Leeward Islands, they've slowed right down to a run rate of 3.95. Currently 106 over 5. They need another 135 runs to go. And in 100, and the balls have come right down. Still an opportunity. Athens is on 41. Prentice is on 4 or 46 deliveries. 105 for 5. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have more coverage of this Rising Star on the 15 match between the Leeward Islands and Jamaica. And so we're back after the drinks break. Umpires are refreshed. We saw the standby official taking out some water and probably a little bit of Gatorade or something to refresh everyone. Elliott continues.
Yes, the spin bowlers are really putting on the squeeze here against the Leeward Islands after scoring for 6 runs or 6.5 runs and over for the majority of the innings. As soon as the spin bowlers have come on, it just slowed right down to less than 4 runs and over. Currently at 3.82, requiring 6 runs and over now.
No, they will fix it. It's actually Alexander Elliott who is biting, and Athen is getting a full toss and is putting it away for 4. So it was a full pitch delivery, wide outside the off stump, and he got good bat onto it and got it past the fielder at that extra cover position, and it raced over the outfield and he got 4 runs.
Yeah, just over pitching there. The young Alexander Elliott.
So this is Elliott in once more. And Athenes will get a single out to the fielder who comes off that long off boundary. Just look across and see some of the young Jamaicans looking into our commentary position. I wonder if he wants to become a commentator.
I doubt it. These children have one thing on their mind: be a superstar and play for West Indies.
Thinks he's good. Let's have a look at his face so we can remember him a little later when he grows up, to see if he's going to be a superstar. It's kind of fun being so close to the players. Not often we get close to where the players are located. And so from time to time we see some of the players of the teams just looking into where we are, bringing you the broadcast from, and just trying to see what we're saying about them or hear what we're saying about them.
Yes, most definitely. Cherishable moments. But here we see
So this is now Siobhan Boyd.
continuing.
No doubt the graphics that you're seeing will be fixed shortly to reflect the true bowler. This is Boyd that's bowling on this occasion. Over before was Elliott.
Yes, and you can hear the Jamaican coach bellowing to the young Boyd. Front foot on the stumps, indicating to the young Boyd, get it up there. Get him driving, get him playing off of the front foot.
Athenes is on 47. So he's approaching a half century. Easy driving and missing outside the off stump. Again, just a little bit of flight there from Boyd.
Ripping delivery there by young Siobhan Boyd.
Flight, yes.
Lovely flight. Dragging him in, dragging him out yet again.
Yeah, but this time it was just a little bit away, difficult for the stumping. This one again. Flighting and spinning. Trying to tempt Athenes into that fall stroke. He's been able to drag him out twice already, but both times Athenes able to get back. This delivery, he's on that back foot, just steering this one into the offside field. Jacqueline Athenes. No run. 76 deliveries he's faced for his 47 runs. 112 for 5. And he's going to get his 48th run, as this one is steered out into the offside field. A left-handed throw comes back in. So Connie Robinson 3 for 33 from 5. Plummer and Elliott the other 2 to get wickets here. 113 for 5. So this is going to be Elliott to continue. So this is Elliott. Outside the line of the off stump, and
Well watched.
Athanes just watches it into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. Wide call down the leg side.
Yes, the sun has gone over the hill here in Liberta, so the temperatures are not as hot. The Jamaicans will be more than thankful that they don't have to be out in that sun. A cool breeze coming across the grounds.
Yeah, it was quite warm this morning, the morning session.
Most definitely, as we see Elliott here into Demore Prentice.
So a number of players having a little bit of a struggle with the heat this morning.
But yes, Demore Prentice not able to get the ball away. 5 off of 50 deliveries here for the young lad. I think he has to get a bit of a move on here, and I'm not going to say that he should try anything too expansive, but just try and rotate the strike a bit more.
Score. He can't just be there and not scoring. 51 deliveries for 6 runs is maybe a little bit excessive. So he just has to find a way to score. More work for the coaches.
And no ball signaled by the umpire and free hit.
So here's the free hit opportunity for Jacqueline Athanes. And doesn't hit it where he wants to, but gets it off the inner portion of the bat and down to a fine leg position. 50 runs for Jacqueline Athanes. 50 off 80 deliveries.
Yeah, a true captain's knock there by the young Jaquan Athanes, coming in at number 5. 50 off of 80 deliveries with 7 fours. He has truly been the glue that is holding this Leeward Islands innings together. Him along with Demore Prentice with a partnership of 42.
Prentice continues to struggle to score. Just blocks those deliveries. 2 fielders and can't score. Athanes would probably feel that he would have missed out on that free hit delivery. He really lifted his head and went for it. Just got an inside edge. As again, Alexandre Elliott bowled that one from just beside the umpire.
Yes, it's going to be interesting to see Jaquan Athanes' approach.
So we'll take the break after this over. Here is Boyd. This one is sweeping his Athanes. That one is angled down the leg side, probably pitching outside the leg stump. Let's just have a look. Yeah, looks as if it pitched outside the leg stump. Had a little shape on it, but he started it much too wide of that leg stump, pitching just outside the leg stump. Sun is back with, and here is almost getting himself run out was Prentice. Was coming down the track and sent back by Athenes. And having to dive back into his crease. Yeah, and a good call that I think by the umpires. Cameraman again doing some very good work.
Yeah, but good fielding nonetheless by the extra cover fielder. It looks to be Ikoni Robinson, number 29. Fielding an extra cover, the tall lad getting down and throwing back to the bowler's end.
Athenes is driving, left the bat in the air.
Sorry, number 43, Andrew Lloyd, the extra cover. Number 29 just fielded that at backward point.
So Lloyd and Robinson, two big boys, two tall boys for the Jamaica team. Looking much bigger, or you say taller than the average 14-year-old. But they're here playing for the Jamaica team. And the Leeward Islands continue to just trickle along. 118 it is now for 5.
But yes, just to make mention of the brilliant display of bowling by Alexandre Elliott. He completed his overs from the pavilion end. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 28 runs. An economy of just 2.8. Brilliant bowling by the young lad. He contained well. And he has done the job for Jamaica so far. And it's for Andrew Lloyd to come and replace him from the pavilion end.
So Lloyd, 4 overs so far, 10 runs from his bowling, no wickets. And he's going to be bowling to Demore Prentice, who's faced some 53 deliveries for his 6 runs. So he's now 54 deliveries for 6 runs. Here is he trying to force away one. Thick outside edge. Ball ballooned up into the air but went well away from any fielder, down to a short third man. Gets a run. He too must be feeling a little bit of pressure. Demore Prentice. Jacqueline Athenes on the other hand, he's 50 not out of 86 deliveries. Remember the Carifta games, they going on over there in Trinidad. And we understand that Antigua and Barbuda has won their first medal in the under 17 girls shot put. Ranique Richards picked up the bronze medal in that encounter. So we say congratulations to her and her folks.
Yes, congratulations to her. A lot of time and dedication would have gone into her discipline.
Athenes trying to just pick up the pace a little bit more, was trying to score off of that delivery heavily. Ball taken high up on the bat, falling short of the field at mid-on, and there is no run. The end of another over, 32 overs gone, 119 for 5. We also understand that Antigua has, we know, 2 finalists in the 400 meter for girls. In Katia Ambrose and of course Tyra Fenton, both of them in that 400 meter finals to come up later today.
Yeah, Ikoni Robinson is returning from his preferred end, the police station end, where he picked up 3 for 33 in his opening spell. He's bowling to Demore Prentice as Leewards need 122 from 108.
And Prentice gets a run through the legs of the fielder at that
3. Demore Prentice after 56 deliveries. And it came by route of a misfield by the young Migichi down at fine leg.
Ball seems to be following Magichi.
Yes, yeah. That's often the case when you're having a bad day in the field. No matter where you're placed, you're going to get a ball down there.
Here's this delivery that is driven out to the offside and there's no run. I wonder if it's because his sister was so rough on us this morning for mispronouncing his name that we've put the commentator's curse on them. But we hope that he can pick his head up, that he can, of course, continue to have a good game in Rajay.
Well,
just pick himself up, just lift himself up a little bit more.
Demore Prentice has doubled his score in 2 balls that it took him 56 balls to cultivate.
So, is he driving again?
Yes, drive from Jaquan Athenaeus down to mid-on. Sharp piece of fielding there by the mid-on fielder, keeping Jaquan Athenaeus honest.
This is Robinson. And delivery to Demore Prentice is driven back along the pitch. Bowler feels his own bowling and there's no run. Prentice seems to be a lot more comfortable in terms of scoring against the faster bowlers.
Yes, it seems like he likes the pace on the ball, being able to work the ball,
Yes,
square up the wicket.
Yeah, he's able to just use the pace.
Yes, correct.
To get the ball into the gaps where he can score.
Well, that's something that he'll definitely need to work on, the young Prentice, being able to score off of the
slow bowlers
effectively. But here we see Robinson in again to Prentice. And it's a slow ball. Full toss, but hit down to the mid-on fielder. And no run.
Jamaican coach would be a little bit disappointed with the effort in the field today. There's been quite a number of misfield. And even though they are still in charge at this stage, here is Prentice looking to pull a short delivery from Connie Robinson. No run.
Yes, and that wide brought up the 50-run partnership between Demore Prentice and Jaquan Athenaeus. A vital.
Prentice is driving. Just one. As they feel at that extra cover position. Gives chase quickly.
Yes.
And no run.
A vital partnership by Athenaeus and Demore Prentice. 52 out of 127. And if they can bat for another 7 overs until the last 10, I guess they could set up a brilliant final 10 overs where they could maybe push on the scoring and we could have a very interesting match on our hands.
Certainly.
So here we see Andrew Lloyd continuing from the pavilion end to Demore Prentice.
Some of the folks are calling for Wayne Plummer to come back, at least at this stage when the ball is a little bit older.
Well, I'm just reminded of my question that I would have posed to the audience a while ago as to the recommendations to get the best oxtail in Jamaica. I've gotten 2 recommendations so far.
Yeah.
if there are any more, those would be greatly appreciated because I have that on my mind. Maybe I might go home and make some myself. But
Maybe you should.
I know I wouldn't be able to make it. Like
Just as good as how they do it
yeah,
in Jamaica.
I know that. Yes, I can guarantee.
The other day I went in town to a Jamaican restaurant. I had oxtail on my mind. And when I got there, the lady said the oxtail was finished, but we had oxtail gravy. So I ordered chicken with oxtail gravy. It was just as wonderful.
I wonder which establishment could that be, because I could maybe go
A
down there and
a
try.
little place next to Country Pond in town. Sells authentic Jamaican food, really tasty. So if you're looking just by where they have that Vision place right after, next to Country Pond. So anytime you're in that region and you're looking for some good oxtail, you want to go down in that little location next to Country Pond here in Antigua and Barbuda.
And we see Prentice upping the scoring rate, hitting his second boundary.
Once you're out there, things will get better, will get easier for you. And Prentice, no doubt, now a lot more confident than he was earlier. And with a few more bad balls being bowled by the Jamaicans, he's able to score a lot more freely. Opportunity for more runs here. They sprint back for 2 runs. Let's see if he got a touch onto that one. No, wide signaled by the umpire. So
Yes, runs have been coming thick and fast in the last 2 overs for the Leeward Islands, just trying to get the run chase back on track. And the short fine leg fielder, interestingly, has been sent out to a deep fine leg, or a long leg as they would have traditionally called it. But a dot ball to end the 34th over. 134 for 5, the Leeward Islands.
So what has been how is this tournament going so far for you? Have you been impressed? Has there been anyone that has caught your eye in any of these teams?
Well,
some of the players that
so
we should
far
be
I've
looking
only
for?
seen 3 games, all at Liberta. I've only seen 3. And little Trinidadian opening batsman really caught my eyes, those 2. I think one was Gira and the other one was Julian.
Gira, incidentally, batted today at number 5 for Trinidad. Didn't open the batting today.
Well, those 2 really caught my eye. I've only
I think it's
seen...
Shahidi Hines also from the Barbados team.
Correct.
And of course, just from the few balls we were able to see with Paris looked a good player, and based on his performance in the other matches, he has done well as well so far. I like Robinson, the rawness of the fast bowling, but especially when he's opening the ball. Now that we've seen him with a second spell with a slightly older ball, he's probably not as effective, but still running in with a very nice action. Is he Connie Robinson? And I like his aggressive nature. Just seems to be naturally aggressive. Has all what it takes to be a good fast bowler. Somebody who is raw, quick, aggressive intent, and love a little bit of gamesmanship as well. So, and from what I've seen today, Jacqueline surely measures up as one of those that you should look for in the tournament.
Well done
And of
to the
course,
young fielder.
we saw today with the Jamaican batting.
Test for Ward.
And I'm convinced in my mind that Llewellyn Price is also a good player. And if Magichi gets off, he too can be considered a decent player. I've seen some good, decent cricketers at this on the 15 stage to encourage me. Enough to encourage me that there is still good cricketers coming through in the West Indies. We probably just now have to pay them with the right set of coaches and programs for the development. So that they can practice the good habits for longer periods.
Well, I must say in that regard, it's just an unfortunate situation that we find ourselves in the Caribbean. I mean, we are islands divided by water, so inter-Caribbean travel is not the most efficient. So regular cricket camps are not a possibility at this point in time. So a lot of the talent.
But I do feel, though, that in each individual island, that we could, figure it out. But let's take a break, and we're going to hear from our sponsor. We're home and we're full of energy. So you want to either go down to Barbados, to Grenada, to Jamaica, or over in St. Kitts, and it's going to be summer. So it's one of those opportunities where some folks will take their holidays during the summer, plan it around cricket, and take in some of the action. This delivery is just steered down to a short third man, quick single. So looks as if when they had that water break, Jack Nathanes was able to explain to Prentice what intent meant, at least in this game, because he's looking a lot more confident. He's moved on to 19 now. And you remember when he was on 6 of 56 deliveries? So he's moved on to 19 of 70.
Yes, he's increased his run rate, or his strike rate, I should say.
The point I was making earlier, what I was saying, you see like how the West Indies have this system where they have scouts in the region that look for the talent. We need to pay the scouts with coaches. So when we find the talent and we've identified that we've seen these 3 persons around, and then you have people who are in those territories who will take a very special effort into making sure that these talented persons are nurtured, that they're in a program, that they're playing cricket regularly, that they are doing the things that are needed to keep them talented, and to make sure that that they develop, that they build not just on the talent that they have, but they also do the other things that are necessary for them to succeed. That one, you hear a double sound on that occasion, ball off the bat into the pads there. It was, for me, I appeal more in hope than in anticipation. Yeah, it looks as if it, again, just came off the inner portion of the bat of Demare Prentice into his pads. No run.
Well, yes, my solution to such an issue is a very simple one. It's easier said than done, though. We just need to be playing more cricket in the Caribbean. I mean, a lot of these children are talented enough to make it to the next level, but the amount of cricket that they've played.
But we also have to make sure that the coaches that are on the contracted pathways in the region, that they do a better job of identifying and nurturing and doing what it needs to happen for these players to develop. So we have to find, it has to be a deliberate situation where we because I've said it, that even in the franchise system, I feel that the coaches could work a little harder at that stage as well. But we're going to take another break. 138 for 5 it is after 36 overs. So the Leeward Islands captain, Jack Wanathan, is on 53. Demore Prentice is on 19. When we come back, we continue our discussion and coverage of this match. Leeward Islands batters just trying to refresh themselves. We saw the water being taken on and then the player coming back off and then being called back on. And I think it's the right decision in this situation where we saw earlier in the match where a player just seemingly had a dehydration problem and having to come off and test for ward if the batters, even though it's not the required water break, they need a little bit of a refreshment. I think the sensible thing for the umpires to do in a warm day like this is to give them an opportunity to refresh themselves. So I'm just saying that it needs more of a deliberate effort to make sure that the people that we hire, that they work for their money. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm going to be frank with you.
Mm-hmm.
From my experience.
So you weren't being frank with me all along?
No, I was Jeff. Wasn't Frank. I was Jeff.
Just checking.
So, as far as I've known from my anecdotal experiences, the system is unfortunate in the sense that there's a lot of work left to very little people. There's not enough staff or enough resources to go around.
Athenes is banging one through mid-wicket and it's going to go close to the boundary. Giving chase is the fielder and just pulls it up just before it gets to the boundary, and Athenes was able to come back for 2 runs, but it was a short delivery from Ikani Robinson, and latching onto that one quickly was Jacqueline Athenes, gets his 55th run off his 99th delivery.
Yeah, brilliant shot by Jaquan Athenes. Just back of a length by Ikoni Robinson, and he was onto it in a flash.
He's driving this time through the offside field. Good diving save out there in that extra cover region, just making the effort and putting his body on the line and saving some runs for his team.
Yes, good diving stop there from the cover fielder. Every run counts at these important stages of the game.
Athenes gets on top of a... As a matter of fact, that's Prentice who gets on top of another delivery from Robinson. Prentice has looked a lot different since the pace bowler has come on. He looks a lot more positive, a lot more likely to score.
Yes, seems very comfortable against the pace of Ikoni Robinson.
Here is Robinson, banged in and punched away. They're going to get a single in the end. As probably looks to be Andrew Lloyd, who is in that position. Just couldn't stop it cleanly. So
yeah,
Prentice
just didn't get down in time.
Run. That's his 20th run, Prentice.
Yeah, he didn't get down in time there. Just the ball just snuck on the right hand of him, and the mid-off fielder cleaned up.
Here is Jacqueline Athenes. And if the name Athenes sounds familiar, Justin Athenes, that played for the Leeward Islands and Antigua and around, is his son coming through. So a lot of these
and if there is a point to be made in that regard, a lot of the cricketers that you see who are talented, who we've identified as ones for the future, have had some history either by their father or mother or grandfather or uncle. There's someone within their family surrounding the cricket. So bringing it back to the conversation about the coaches needed to do more work, it really is a community effort to ensure that these young ones are trained and brought up into cricket in the right way, doing the right things. Because coaching as it stands, I am not with you every day or at every match as a coach, and there's not enough coaches that are supplied so that you are at every single match that is being played.
And you know, I've gotten myself into more trouble because it's not Magichi's sister that's been strong on me today. It's his mother. So I'm now even in further hot water. I might have to go look her up when I go to Jamaica next time.
Oh, Lord.
I'm coming to stay with you, ma'am.
Apologies to you, Mama Magichi, for my partner's transgressions. We
do love him. He's a good player, good young player. And he's just one of those days that he's having here. It's a part of the whole system. Prentice just trying to bang one back. Zachary Buchanan, the captain, is on. And third thing. And the captain is listed as a leg spinner. So here is he with the number 17 on his back. In.
So very interesting coincidence. Both Jamaica and Leeward Islands fielding 2 leg spinners today in today's game, with Leeward's Andre Peters and Jathan Edward, and now Zachary Buchanan and young Boyd, Siobhan Boyd. It's good to see a revival in leg spin in the Caribbean.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few in this tournament. Very good. And here is he. A good delivery beating the batsman who was looking to just be aggressive there, but doesn't make contact. Ball into the gloves of Llewayne Price behind the stumps, and there was no run. End of another over. That one almost looked like the googly. Looked as if that one came the other way, didn't it?
Very well bowled by the young Buchanan.
So Tesfa Ward got 88 earlier today for the Jamaicans. He had retired hurt on 15, but came back to really play a good innings and was bowled off the final delivery, just trying to go for an almighty heave, maybe to get into the 90s, but he just missed one that was full and dipping and crashed into his stumps right at the very end, the final delivery of the innings, but does not take away from the very good innings that he played. And what was good with the Jamaicans today were the partnerships. They had 50 partnership, and then they had 100 partnership as well.
Yes, it seems to be that partnerships and big partnerships are the currency to success here at Ball Beef Liberta here today in this round 3 encounter. This partnership so far has been leading the Leeward Islands to the promised land, getting a win against Jamaica. And that
here is Plummer.
Beautifully bowled as
and
a
a
first
Yorker
ball.
length delivery. Yes, Yorker length delivery to start his new spell in Wayne Plummer. 19 runs from his 3 overs. Before this one, he had a wicket as well.
Yes, I have been watching a lot of international cricket, more specifically the IPL, and it seems to have gone out of favour amongst a lot of fast bowlers bowling a really quick leg stump Yorker. They tend to go for the wide Yorker, just as Plum is doing there.
It's because probably the way that these international batters or these modern day batsmen, you just miss by an inch, especially with those leg stump Yorkers. They flick you away over that mid-wicket region and into the stands.
Yes, that delicate scoop I see everyone playing.
Yeah, so now the bowlers have to find new ways. Is this delivery full pitched and driven by Athenes just for 1?
Yes, getting down to the business end of the innings for the Leeward Islands. The run rate is 8.5. And they're going to need to get a move on here. 5 wickets in hand. They've managed to navigate the middle overs quite well so far.
But it's just that they've eaten up too many balls, too many dot balls. When we look and see Jacqueline Athenes 57 off 104 and Demore Prentice 20 off 81, they've just had too many dot balls between them. And it has really caused the balls to come well below the runs. again, Prentice is.
Yes, I just think that this innings by Jaquan Athens really was needed, but I was hoping that he would have had a bit more assistance from Demore Prentice in rotating the strike. I mean, they needed someone to settle the innings, as it were, after being 62 for 4. And Athens has played the role well. And Demore Prentice has been offering some much needed assistance to the young Athens as we see another over go by. 39 overs gone, 144 for 5. The Leeward Islands requiring a further 98 from the final 66 deliveries.
Still possible for the Leeward Islands to and umpire sending the little man back off once again. Should there be a little leeway, especially when it doesn't appear as if overrate is an issue, or overrate is being considered too much in these under 15 games?
Yeah, I mean, the priority should be to look after the young ones here. I mean, if they require a bit of water, I don't see any issue in supplying them with what is needed.
Umpire is probably thinking that it's more the message than the water. But you never know. Prentice soaks up another dot ball. He's jumping down the track and swinging it into the onside field. And just gets one. Zachary Buchanan is now going to face Jaquan Athens. Athens is swinging over the mid-wicket region and he's going to get 6 runs. So he reached for that one and he connected well and got it over straightish mid-wicket region and picked up a maximum 6 runs.
Yeah, it's time to pull the trigger now for Jaquan Athens. The game is kind of running away from the Leeward Islands, and with only 10 overs left after this, it's needed at this stage of the game.
So 90 runs to get from 63 deliveries. Athens goes on to 63. And by far, this is his best score in the tournament so far. Remember, 2 rounds of matches still to go. We have a round on Monday, which is Easter Monday here in Antigua. And across the world, religious calendar of Easter Monday. Yesterday being Good Friday, when in the religious calendar it was said that Jesus was crucified. And of course he rose on the 3rd day, which is tomorrow, Easter Sunday. And they're going to get an overthrow here. Just a little bit of carelessness from the Jamaican fielder. The batters have already settled for 1 and he still speared that ball in and made it difficult for his captain Buchanan at the stumps.
Yeah, the young Andrew Lloyd absolutely firing that in at the non-strikers end.
.153 for 5.
A good over here so far for the Leeward Islands.
And a swing and a miss by Jaquan Athens, who's looking to again take Robinson over the boundary. Didn't make contact, the ball into the gloves of the wicket keeper, and there is no run. This time they're going to have the official drinks break. 153 for 5 at the end of 40 overs. So we're back, we're refreshed, and we're good to go for the final 10 overs of this contest between the Leeward Islands and Jamaica. Leeward Islands 153 for 5. And Prentice is able to get off the mark right away from this new over from, is that Plummer? Wayne Plummer.
Yes, this is what's going to be needed by the Leeward Islands. A lot of intent, a lot of urgency, running the singles when needed, and turning over the strike to Jaquan Athenaeus, who seems to be able to get the ball off the square a bit more regularly.
There is space in that mid-wicket region because the closest fielder is on the boundary. Plummer is firing one in down the leg side, and Athenaeus just trying to help that along. Didn't make contact. Plummer is sort of bowling a little bit of a slingy action, a little flatter. Another good delivery by Plummer right up to Athenaeus. Can only get a single. So what that action is doing is that he's preventing Athenaeus from extending his arms.
Yeah, usually it's a bit more difficult to get onto the ball from round arm actions. And he's just a bit of a slingy action, not as pronounced as a Malinga or a Fidel Edwards, but still a slight action. And this is good stuff here from Prentice so far.
Yeah, he's gotten 2 runs, 2 singles so far in this over. He's brought his captain, Jaquan Athenaeus, back on strike. The sunshine has come back. We thought it had gone over the hill, maybe for the last time, but it is back in all its splendor. And Athenaeus is, I think, missing out on one day. Got a full pitch delivery on the line of the leg stump, but only managing to find that man at square leg. No run.
Yes, I've been really impressed with this young man's fielding, number 19. Number 19, I think that is, or number 23 is that Boyd. Whoever that fielder is at short square leg, I'm really impressed with him.
But number 19 is behind the stump, so it's not
20.
Price. He has the number 49 on his back. So it's Malcolm. Seemed to have been on the field for someone. Don't think we've seen Tesfa Ward on the field, have we? Since the resumption of play, that number 49 has been on the field.
Well, yes, that is a sub fielder, and he's really been doing a good job there. But 41 overs gone, 9 overs left. That's 54 deliveries for the Leeward Islands to get 84 runs.
Doable. And you would think under normal circumstances with 5 wickets in hand that the Leeward Islands could have a go. But you're not certain what quality the batters to come for the Leeward Islands. So you tend to think that a lot of the responsibility will be that of Jaquan Athenaeus to try and get the Leeward Islands over the line. Prentice is there with him, and Demore Prentice is on 24. Athenaeus is on 67. We're going to see Dondre Peters First delivery, wide delivery. Outside the line of the off stump. Athens doesn't have to play.
Yes, this is now a game of cat and mouse here. Who can hold their composure? Can the Leeward Islands ramp it up and up their scoring to overhaul this 240?
A couple of good overs for the Leeward Islands, and we could have a game on here in this one. He's driving this one, but again to that fielder that's in the deep. Was struggling coming back for the second one, but pushed all the time by Jacqueline Athens to come back for two was Demore Prentice. Had that one been a direct hit from even from that distance, could have spelt some trouble for him. Here is Peters. And Athens again working one into the onside field. This time good fielding from the fielder in the deep. Just one. Prentice is driving, but straight to the fielder at that straight mid-wicket position. No run.
Well, no, this is an interesting case for the Jamaican team. I hope that they're aware of the disparity in strike rate and scoring ability between Jaquan Athanaze and Demore Prentice. It would be advantageous to them to keep Prentice on strike.
Prentice is playing one on the onside just for a single. Yeah, I thought that maybe when Prentice is on strike, they could bring in some of those fielders just to put some more fielders in his eye line and maybe entice him into a false stroke. See what he can do.
Well, most definitely, but I would have gone a step further. Try and keep him on strike and then give him a single on the last ball of the over, spread the field to keep him on strike for the next over.
Athanaze is punching one into the offside field, but he can't pace the field. So there's no run. 162 for 5. The total remains.
So now, if I am Jamaica now, I would bring in some of the fielders to squeeze Jaquan Athanaze so he doesn't get a single for the next over. I am willing to risk a 4 now to have a maiden over next over off of Prentice.
So Athanaze is able to get that single and to keep the strike at the end of over number 42. Leeward Islands 163 for 5 to 6 runs coming from that over from Dondre Peters. And Prentice remains there on 25. Jacqueline Athanaze is on 71.
Yeah, the key to the Leeward Islands overhauling this lies in Jaquan Athanaze and how much strike he'll be able to get within the last 48 balls of this innings. The run rate has now climbed to 9 3/4. 78 needed.
So 78 runs needed from what, 48 deliveries?
Correct.
So Athanaze, though he's on 71, gets a Yorker length delivery, digs it out from Wayne Plummer's first delivery of a new over, no run.
Yes, he's executing well here, the young Plummer. Executing those Yorkers very well, not allowing Jaquan Athanaze to get onto them.
Athanaze is looking to be aggressive here, gets the second run. And this Just having a little bit of an issue with his equipment. Just probably need to tighten those straps on the pad. Jack Nathanes gets his 73rd run. We just look over into the Jamaican camp just to gauge if they're a little bit nervous. Here's this one. They steal a single. There does Jack Nathanes. He's on to 74, 166 for 5.
Yes, the Jamaican coaches, after being seated for a majority of the innings, seem to be a bit tense. Now standing, rocking back and forth, pacing, hands on heads, trying to think of a way to restrict the Leeward Islands.
Here is Prentice, Demore Prentice driving, but not holding out to that field at that mid-on position. So he survives. Dot ball though, effectively going into the book, and that would be good for the Jamaicans. Just 3 runs so far from this over, so they definitely need a couple of big overs, the Leeward Islands, if they're going to get anywhere close. And here is Prentice trying to hit a boundary, but he only manages to find that man in the deep mid-wicket boundary on the bounce, gets 1.
Yeah, just not being able to find the boundary, young Prentice.
Yeah, that just does not seem to be his game, Demore Prentice. This aggressive cricket thing that you guys want him to play doesn't seem to be.
At no point have we... I believe that the coaches may have mentioned intent, regardless of how he should express that intent, but intent nonetheless.
Jack Nathanes flicks one into the onside. Is the final delivery of the over. Just takes the single and maintains the strike. He's on to 75, and the total on to 168 for 5 at the end of over number 43. So 72 from, we said 73 from 42. So Leeward Islands, they need one big over from somewhere. Probably an over of 20 to bring things back close or to bring things in order. It's going to be Zachary Buchanan, the captain. Coming back with his leg spin. And no doubt, probably on his little shoulder, Buchanan feeling a little bit of pressure. Even though his team is still in front technically with the run rate required of 10.43, you would think that the Jamaicans are in front. Here is Buchanan short, and this one is hit away by Jack Nathanes for 4. So it was dragged down by Buchanan, and he hit it hard and got it wide of the long on, and that straight mid wicket split them in 2 and was able to pick up a boundary.
Yeah. The coach is just letting Jaquan Athanase know that this is the short boundary to take it on against the spinner, and he's done that so far.
Swinging and missing is Jaquan Athanase here. Went for that one. Buchanan gave that one a little bit of flight, and his eyes lit up did Jaquan Athanase, but he just wasn't able to connect.
Yeah, he's aiming for that short boundary there. As you can see from the fielders, there's a long on, deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg, as well as a long off out for the young Buchanan.
He was Buchanan in, and Athenes is hitting this one, but should be fielded by the fielder out at that long on position, and just a single. So he brings Prentice on strike.
No, this needs to be interesting here because there's nobody in the 30-yard circle in the mid-wicket region, so he can just...
And he's swinging and missing, and he's out-stumped, is Demore Prentice. So he swung at that one. Again, the coach shouted intent to him, and he lifted his head and was intent on coming back out to the pavilion because he missed it completely. Swung, missed, the leg raised, and the keeper had the bails off in a flash, and umpire was satisfied that Demore Prentice was outside of his crease. He's gone. The Leeward Islands have lost their 6th wicket. They're now 173 for 6, and we see William Pittman going out to bat.
Yeah, I think that there could have been a bit more conversation or communication with Prentice. There was nobody inside the circle from square leg to mid-wicket because deep square leg, deep mid-wicket and long on were all out. Nobody inside the circle. He could have seen that being aggressive and attacking is not his game. He could have nudged it in the gap and maybe gotten 2 or maybe a single.
And with just 3 deliveries bowled in the over, working it into the gap and getting a single, he gets his captain back on strike.
For the last 2 balls or whatever would be needed.
Correct.
I think it's just playing the situation and playing your role within the game. But nonetheless, an integral partnership between Prentice and Athenaeus has been broken.
Yeah, and
in excess of 50-run partnership for them.
The Jamaicans would feel a lot happier because it's been a while since they've gotten their last wicket. And even though Demore Prentice was not scoring very quickly, he was still there along with Jacqueline Athenaeus. And anytime you're still at the crease, there is still hope. So William Pittman has come out to join Jacqueline Athenaeus, who is on 80. And let's see what William Pittman brings to the table. And Pittman is a left-handed batter for the Leeward Islands. And he bats pretty high in the domestic competition for Bethesda. So he's going to get he gets off the mark right away. So he's off the mark.
Single first ball for Pittman. So 1 more ball left in the over for Zachary Buchanan. And it's getting a bit lively down here at the Ball Beef Liberta Sports Complex. 67 runs to win from 37 deliveries. And we see Jaquan Athenaeus facing up to Zachary Buchanan's last ball of the 44th.
Buchanan just making sure that his fielders understand that fielder who had come across from that backward square position, sent back in that same position. Here is his shot, and Athenaeus is hitting one this time. He's just going to get 1 run to end the over. At the end of the over, the total has gone on to 175 for 6. Jacqueline Athenaeus is not out on 81. William Pittman is on 1. And we've had 44 overs bowled. Six left.
It's all on young Athenaeus' shoulders now. Batting with the tail, William Pittman in at number 8 for the Leeward Islands. Wayne Plummer continuing from the police station end, bowling with a long off, a long on, a deep mid wicket, a fine leg, and a third man. 6 fielders are outside the circle, and the coach for the Jamaica team just letting them know. So they bring in the fine leg fielder, so it's third man, deep extra cover, a long off, a long on, and a deep mid wicket for young Plummer to Athenaeus.
So the field is spread. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men on the boundary. Athenaeus is hitting hard and gets the boundary down to the square leg region. Got it past that fielder at that short square leg position, who is a substitute fielder, and was able to pick up a boundary. So Athenaeus still fighting, still trying to get there. He's on to 85.
Yeah, that's what they needed, the Leeward Islands on the 15 team. A boundary off of the first ball of the over. And they're going to need a lot more if they're going to get close to this target.
Here is Athenaeus, and he's hitting this one in the air. He's coming through for the quick single, and they're just going to have one. So brings William Pittman onto strike. Athenaeus gets his 86th run, 180 for 661 from 34. So not yet time for my Jamaican friends to be ever so nervous. This is Plummer to Pittman, and Pittman is driving over the top of Robinson, and they're able to come back for 2 runs. Nice looking shot that by Pittman. In essence, that he's timed it well.
Seems to have a bit of batting ability there by the looks of that shot, young William Pittman. It was a good shot over extra cover. And the extra cover fielder is now starting outside the 30-yard circle and walking in as Plummer bowls.
Pittman is going to get another run here as he works this one into that short mid-off region with that fielder that you were talking about starting on the circle. Once it got past Plummer's hand, always the possibility of a run. 8 runs coming so far from this over, and you would say very little risk taken.
Yeah, not a lot of risk taken so far. 1 boundary and a few 1s and 2s. And this ball has to go to the boundary here for Jaquan Athenaeus.
He's again hitting it into that mid-wicket region, and the call is 2, and he comes back very quickly, William Pittman, for the second run, and 2 more runs to Jaquan Athenaeus. He just needs to sort that pad out. He seems to be still having a little bit of an issue with his pads. Maybe just needs someone to help him just to strap them up properly so that he can be comfortable. He's on to 88 to match that score in this game made by Tesfa Ward. So if he gets another run, he'll become the high scorer in this match. Here is he getting one that he's hitting into this space in the mid-wicket region, but he can't get 4. The fielder coming round in that mid-wicket region picks it up. Didn't time it as well. Was a full toss, and he really wanted to hit that one a lot better, but he was able to get 2 runs. Jaquan Athenaeus, he's 90 not out of 128 deliveries. He has 9 4s and a 6 so far.
Yeah, real captain's knock so far by Jaquan Athenaeus. 90 from 187 deliveries.
So
Well,
54 off 30 needed. Is it possible?
It definitely is possible, but it all lies on the young shoulders of Jaquan Athanaze, he has bear the weight of this batting lineup so far, and we see the return of Andrew Lloyd from the pavilion end to face up will be William Pittman on strike.
Certainly, Lloyd with his off spin. He's just hoping to keep the scoring down, apply some pressure back to the Leeward Islands, especially with the left-handed Pittman on strike. Here is Pittman coming forward and almost missing that one. The wicket-keeper didn't take it cleanly. Wide now signaled by the umpire. Umpire is very belated in his signal, almost as if he needs a second for his brain to click. Here is Pittman trying to go on the inside and called through for a single by Jaquan Athanaze. And that's all they're going to have. Pittman was looking for a second run, but Athanaze wanted the strike. And Pittman must understand what is taking place here on this occasion. See him looking disappointed. Why is Pittman looking disappointed that the captain has taken the strike? Not understanding that reaction from William Pittman.
I think William Pittman wants to share some of the responsibility in this run score, in this run chase.
Yeah, but the captain is on 90. He is the better batter. Who better to take you home than your captain if you're going to get there? So, Athanaze is now on strike. This is Andrew Lloyd. Outside the line of the off stump, left alone. Thought that he might have gotten a wide. Umpire not interested. So, he's going to have to fight again. Dot ball goes into the book. He gets a delivery that is short, but this time just hits it straight to Elliott, who is out there.
Yeah, just trying to hit the ball a little too hard there. Jaquan Athanaze not getting the middle of the bat.
And Pittman gets a short delivery and swings and misses outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, the plan by Andrew Lloyd now will be to bowl into the pitch, not giving any flight or anything full at all.
Down the leg side, called wide. And that's the difference between a regular top batsman and the tail ender. You would call him in William Pittman. That short delivery there, the delivery before from Andrew Lloyd, really should have been punished, but he swung at it and missed it completely. Lloyd with another short delivery, and again missing out is William Pittman. So Jaquan Athanaze comes back on strike. He's on 91. What should he be thinking of now? Milestone, or should he really just be trying to see how close he can get the Leeward Islands to this?
No, he would have to try and get them as close as possible to this score. This has to be either a boundary or a single, I'm not sure.
Somebody's saying they would love to see 100. Jaquan Athanaze is close to 100. He's on 91 off 91 off 131 deliveries. The end of another over has come up. At the end of 46 overs, the Leeward Islands, they are 192 for 6.
Yeah, we're at the business end of the match now. 49 off 24. Just about 12 runs and over for the Leeward Islands to get. It's not over until it's over, as they say. And we're going to see Coney Robinson, number 29, back into the attack from the police station end to bowl to William Pittman.
So Robinson has 2 overs left. And you would want to think that he's going to bowl his 2 of the 4.
It seems to me like they're trying to stick with a particular plan, bowl full and wide. You have a cover sweeper, a pretty balanced field.
Here's Robinson outside the line of the off stump, beating William Pittman. The ball going past the bat into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, no run.
Yes, as I was mentioning before, that may have been the plan that the Jamaican coaches and staff
Pittman
would
just
have been
needs to
telling
get
him.
bat on ball, get it in anyway into the offside field, that he will get a single and get his captain back on strike. But he looks as if he's trying to go for the spectacular, is William Pittman, with those offerings. Here is he edging one in the air, and the ball falls safely, and they're able to, they run back for 2.
Yeah, just getting a thick top edge there is William Pittman down to the third man region, and again the ball following McGeechee around the park. He's down at third man and he cleans up and they get 2.
Some folks were shouting for him to probably try and make a catch of that one. I think he went for safety on that occasion. Outside the line of the off stump, left alone by William Pittman.
A very strange decision by William Pittman at this stage of the innings to be leaving alone a ball outside the off stump. I guess the pressure may be getting to William Pittman there. A wry smile on the face of the young lad.
Here is he trying to pull one into the mid-wicket region, but field is well set. That man on that mid-wicket boundary prevents any more than just 1 run. And William Pittman, yeah, that's what I was talking about a little earlier. He's not an established batsman, so probably indeed is really nice in waving that bat, allowing it to go through. It's almost as pretty as one from Courtney Walsh. Here is Athenes driving, and he has to take the single. At this stage, you would think that Athenes probably thinking, we might not be able to win the game, but at least let me get 100. He's on to 92, 8 required for his century, 196 for 6, with just 1 delivery to go in over number 47. So there's about 19 deliveries to go. Short, and William Pittman is hitting this one down the throat of the fielder on that deep mid-wicket boundary. He takes the catch, and so that's the end of William Pittman. Leeward Islands, they lose their 7th wicket. It's now 196 for 7.
Yeah, he had to go. William Pittman, he really did. Another back of the length delivery into the pitch by Coney Robinson, and good connection by William Pittman, but just not enough to get it over the man at the deep mid-wicket boundary. It looks like Alexandre Elliott, the left-handed orthodox spinner. But yes, into the pitch. Good connection, but not good enough for the young Pittman, and he has to go. The Leeward Islands 196 for
and
7.
Good catch on the pressure too from Alexandre Elliott, because we're in the dying overs. The runs are coming down. 45 needed though from 19 deliveries, but he had to make sure that he kept his eye on that one, and with the sun in his eye as well from the western side. So I think that was good cricket on the part of Alexandre Elliott, and he has been good in the field today, especially when since the captain had put him out on the boundary. He's been patrolling that boundary. He's been very quick over the outfield and has really kept his team in the game.
Yes,
so the new batsman is
well, yes, at this point,
Daniel. So it's
the game has gotten away a bit from the Leeward Islands.
Trehan Daniel has come out to bat. And here is Athens hitting one in the air, and will be able to run back for 2 runs. Paul just making a little bit of height on Athens, and he went through with the shot but was wide of any field and fell into a vacant mid-off region, and he's able to rush back for his 94th run. So he's on 94. And here is the Jamaican bowler in Andrew Lloyd, just literally warning Trehan Daniel because he was straying out of his crease. And
yes, just keeping the batsman honest there, young Lloyd.
Athens is hitting one into the mid-on region, the straightish mid-wicket region, gets just one. So he's now on to 95, is Jacquan Athens. We say Jacquan, and his name is spelled J-Q-A. Is it Jaquan? I wonder. We'll have to ask him. But all the time, everyone in Antigua calls him Jacquan Athens. But now seeing the spelling J-Q-U-A-N, Athens, J apostrophe Q. Here is Daniel that is driving an out cotton bowl. See, it was right up to Trehan Daniel, and he was looking to be aggressive and hit it straight back to Andrew Lloyd, who took the catch. Leeward Islands losing their way. The 8th wicket has fallen. It's now 199 for 8.
Yeah, not much for Daniel to do there, but just stay with Athens as the run rate creeps up to heights not achievable. 15 runs and over. Well, 16 runs and over now, almost 17. I think the priority would be to get Athens to his 100, but he seems to be running out of partners.
Yeah, and as we see Ali heading out to bat, you don't get a measure of confidence from Ali just from his approach going out, all his gear in his hand,
helmet off, gloves in hand,
not looking quite prepared
with 3 balls left in this over
to go out, and he will be on strike. So Jacquan Athens could find himself being left stranded. But Adoni Ali, or is it Adonai Ali, we are going to repose some confidence in him just to make sure that when he gets in, and I'm sure Jacquan Athens will have a little chat with him to try and tell him what he wants him to do. Athens has played well today for his 95. Don't you agree?
Yes, a true captain's knock by the young Athens. He came in early within the 4th over and has so far batted throughout the entire innings, showing composure, calm and poise, as well as showing his array of shots and his ability to build an innings and manage a run chase. Truly a mammoth effort by him, but not to be today for the Leeward Islands to get over the line.
So 199 so far. Is this the Leeward Islands' best score so far in this tournament?
Yes, I do think this is their first time breaching the 200 mark.
Well, close to the 200 because they're not over that line yet. They're on 199.
I'm going to believe. As the young ones say, believe.
Ali hits one into the offside field and takes off and gets a single. So he's won back my confidence, Ali, with that first shot.
Right, 200 up for the Leeward Islands.
Wasn't so confident when I saw him walking out with all his gear all over the place, both gloves in his hand and his helmet off. Now that he's geared up, he seems to understand. The Athens is getting a single and just stealing the single there, and probably just hoping that Ali will be able to bat out the last delivery and keep himself on strike for the 49th over. Here is Andrew Lloyd, short of a length, and Ali, understanding what the captain wants, just plays it defensively into the offside field, giving Jack Wanathan the opportunity to try and bring up his 100 in the next over. He is on 96, correction?
Correct.
Yeah, correct. And the total is on 201 for 8. 201 for 8, the Leeward Islands. So 96 off 135. So they need 20 runs per over from here. Still 40 required off the last 12 deliveries. So pretty much you would say that it's difficult. It's going to be difficult here for the Leeward Islands, but positive could come that Jack Wanathan could get to his 100 if he's able to manage these last 4 runs. The Jamaicans have spread the field to give him the opportunity for a single. Connie Robinson, that young fast bowler that I am very impressed with. Here is he playing this one up on the onside. He's just going to get one.
Yeah, the entire Leeward Islands camp shouting to young Athens.
On time when you just wanted it to just go a little bit, for you maybe even time it a little better into that gap, you would have been able to get 2. But he gets 1, he's on to 97.
Yeah, most definitely. Putting a lot of faith in his partner to get him back on strike.
Ali faces, and he's driving and missing a delivery from Robinson, and Athens shows a little bit of disgust because he just wants Ali to just make contact, get it into the outfield and get the single. Doesn't need that kind of expansive drive. But they're young, on the 15. They don't think like we do.
Most definitely.
In the commentary box.
And what is interesting, every fielder is on the 30-yard circle.
Yeah, there's nobody close. Here is he again playing an aggressive stroke, and now the coach is telling him that he just needs to drop the ball for a single. Maybe Athens might have miscalculated in taking the run off the first delivery.
Yes, I agree. I think so too. I think the young Athens may have gotten it wrong taking that single.
Probably reposed too much confidence in Ali. Ali's beaten again outside the line of the off stump from a good delivery from Ikani Robinson. Still finding time to find good pace and bounce even at this late stage. And he really hammered in that one past Ali. And Jack Wanathan is literally hanging his head at the other end because now he has a decision to make. Do I take a run at this stage with 2 deliveries to go in this over, or do I wait until the last over and try to get my 100 from there? Here is he working one into the onside. He takes the single, so he has 1 delivery to come. These coaches are going to have to take some pressure pills at the end of the day.
I agree.
The type of pressure they put on themselves.
I mean, Jamaica has this game more or less won.
And the coach is still very, very psyched up down there. Here we watch as Athens gets one from Robinson. He's going to get off the mark. Is it a leg by? Yes, leg by signal. So he wasn't able to touch it. He just wanted a little touch on that one. So, but he's going to have the opportunity to get on strike. He's on 97, 3 required. and 37 runs needed from the final 6 deliveries. Jacqueline Athens is going to have to find a way to get those 3 runs. How would you go about it? You need 3 runs for a milestone. Are you going to look for a boundary? Are you going to make sure that you run only when you're certain that you can get 2?
Well, for me in the last over, it's all even numbers. So 2, 4, 6.
So that's all. That sounds like the plan. Andrew Lloyd is going to bowl the final over. 6 deliveries to go. Jacqueline Athens needs 3 runs for 100. Here is Lloyd to Athens. And Athens is bowled. Was just a little bit tentative with that one, and he missed a straight delivery. And he's bowled for 97, so he's fallen short of his century, Jacqueline Athens. And maybe just the nerves getting to him there on that occasion. It was a straight delivery from Lloyd as we look at it here. And just being tentative there is Jacqueline Athens. And he missed one, and it cannoned into his stumps. And he has to go for a well-played 97 runs. Bowled Andrew Lloyd in the final over of the match. And Jacqueline Athens missing out on 100, but a well-played 97.
Yeah, I see what he was trying to do there. Just get that ball in the gap and get 2 through mid-wicket. But that ball wasn't there for it. But a well-played innings nonetheless.
And
by
he's receiving the applause all around from the folks who are gathered here tonight. Every direction he's receiving the clap. I think everybody was wanting him to get to that 100, but he fell just short on 97. But well-played young man, Jacqueline Athens, a captain's knock. He came in early after the Leeward Islands lost wickets, and he almost carried his bat to the end of the innings, just falling 5 deliveries short of taking his bat and 3 runs short of a century. Brings Andre Peters in, the final batter for the Leeward Islands, and it's almost as if when we discuss today changing from 50 overs to 35 or different, we get the whole full 100 overs in the match.
Telling you, cricket is unpredictable.
I have to keep my eyes on you, Asha, because you've learned the commentator's curse very quickly.
And most definitely, I mean, this is what ODI cricket is all about. Give them a chance to do something completely extraordinary. And extraordinary is what Jacqueline Athens did.
He's a loud appeal, and they're going to come through. Did he give him out?
And that's
yes, he was given out leg before to... Did he? No? I thought I saw the umpire raising his finger. Yes, he did. Yes, because I knew I saw his hand raised. So he's given him out leg before. So the end has come for the Leeward Islands. They're 205 all out in the 50th over of the match, which means that the Jamaica team, they would have won by some 35 runs. Some 35 runs. Good game, entertaining for somewhat. We saw some good performances throughout, but well-deserved victory for the Jamaicans today. They batted well this morning, had that good knock from Tesfa Ward, and good partnerships as well. Andrew Lloyd in there as well, and of course the captain Buchanan, all making contributions. And then after a rocky start, the Leeward Islands was able to make a little bit of a fight out of it, falling short in the end, being bowled out, but can feel good that their captain in Jacqueline Athens getting 97 runs, falling just 3 runs short of his century. So handshakes all around taking place as this match comes to an end. Your thoughts, Asha?
Well, it was truly a good game today at Ball Beef Liberta, the final game that will be held here at Liberta. Batting first, Jamaica really batted well. They put together some good partnerships, namely The partnerships between Tesfa Ward and Wayne Plummer, Tesfa Ward and Andrew Lloyd, and Tesfa Ward and Zachary Buchanan. He finished with 88 from 93 deliveries, with a few 20s and 30s as chipping in. For the Leeward Islands, one name stands out above the rest. Jaquan Athenaeus, 97 from 138 deliveries, falling 3 runs short of what would have been a magnificent 100. The only other score, 26 by Demori Prentice and 16 by Kian Macau.
So let me just give you the Leeward Islands scorecard. Kylan Woods was bowling Connie Robinson without scoring. Levante Powell was caught behind of the bowling of Robinson for 10. Might have been a touch unfortunate. Thought that one went straight into his helmet. Was sent by the umpire. Kian Macau was caught short of Robinson for 16. Jathan Edwards was bowled by Plummer for 4. Jaquan Athenaeus was bowled by Andrew Lloyd for 97. Carice Farrell was LBW Elliott for 10. Demore Prentice was stumped of Llewyn Price of Zachary Buchanan for 26. William Pittman was caught Alexandre Elliott or Robinson for 8. And Treyan Daniel was caught and bowled Lloyd without scoring. And Adonai Ali right at the end, LBW Andrew Lloyd for 2. Do we have the bowling figures here for the Jamaican? Ekwani Robinson, he had 4 wickets for his effort. A wicket for Wayne Plummer, 3 wickets for Andrew Lloyd, a wicket for Alexandre Elliott, and 1 for Zachary Buchanan. So 35-run victory for Jamaica as we bring to an end coverage of this Rising Star Under 15 tournament match between Leeward Islands and Jamaica from still a sunlit Ball Beef in Liberta. This will be the final match at this venue in this tournament. When you hear us next on Monday, we will be broadcasting from the Antigua Recreation Grounds. And so until then, on behalf of all of us here, co-commentator Asha Murray Cornelius, and of course our technical team, we have 2 very capable technical persons working with us, a cameraman and our technical guy that keeps us in line. I am Denmore Roberts saying have a great evening and a great Easter. We'll see you next time on Monday. Goodbye.